Before we officially start the meeting, I have our head of school, Professor Jill Bristol, who's going to say a few words. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Yes, thank you very much for coming. I'm Jill Bristow, as Mara said, head of school here at Geography and Planning. My job is really just to say a very warm welcome to this event to those of you who are here in person and online. So croeso, we're really delighted to have you here. We think this is such a fantastic opportunity for networking and learning around something that's an increasingly important issue. We're really proud in the school that we've got some really pioneering research that's been going on for a number of years around school food, and also incredibly proud that in Wales we're rolling out the universal free school meals, and again being pioneering in that regard for primary school children, which is so important for health, for education, for wealth, for the environment, and so on. I think I want to say thank you to Mara, to Kevin, to Hannah, everyone, Texan, whoever it is who's been involved in bringing everyone together for this event. For doing the tech, hybrid always carries a little bit of anxiety for everyone involved, but hopefully everything will run really well. The programme looks excellent. I think there's such an opportunity for learning across what's happening here in Wales, but also what's happening across Europe and beyond. So, and from a wide range of perspectives, from academics, from policymakers, from procurement experts, and so on. So fantastic to have you here together. I hope it's a really productive and enjoyable event. I hope the tech is friendly and helps us out, and that you have a great time. I have to dash off now, but I will certainly be back later, and looking forward to hearing your presentation. So thank you very much.
So now I'd like to invite Kevin Morgan to chair the morning session, and the first speakers.
Thanks, Mara. Okay. And welcome everybody, and many thanks for making the time to join us today, whether in person or, of course, online as well. We're addressing some pretty important issues, and we've got both practitioner perspectives, which we'll be looking at this morning, as well as researcher perspectives later on as well. We've got a fabulous programme, as Jill and Mara have said. So without further ado, we're gonna start with Ed Morgan. Where is it? Oh, there he is. Ed, if you come up the front here, please. So Ed, for those of you who don't know him, has played a huge role in food system reform in Wales. He works with Catholic Howard, the Welsh food distribution wholesale company, and what he doesn't know about the school food chain is not worth knowing. So Ed, over to you. No pressure.
No, diolch. Wel, diolch Kevin am y gwahoddiad I siarad yma heddi, a croeso. Mae'n grêt cael bod yn y cwmni chi. Quite a few familiar faces here. So I'll start off by saying the slides have evolved since probably the last time you saw them, okay? I hope so anyway. But some of you may have heard this before, but it's always good to repeat it. Right, diolch fawr fan hynna. Right, if I think I'm going to press here somewhere.
I'm afraid you have to.
I'll have to do it there, will I?
Yeah.
Okay, right. How can I best do this there? Shall I let somebody into the lobby there as well? What's down there?
No, sure, just ignore it. Somebody will get rid of the lobby. Yes.
Right.
Okay.
What I'll try and do in the next half an hour or so, well, the time we have, is give you a bit of an overview of where we're at as Castell Howell. I'm not going to speak about on us as a company. I think most of you know what we do and who we are. I'm trying kind of thread a few things together and join a few dots, if I may. So I'm going to start off, and some of the slides will be very relevant to some of you because I've probably cut and paste from what things you sent to me. So apologies now for plagiarism. I think we're being marked today, though, isn't it? It's not an academic study. Right, so we're going to start with this one here on the healthy eating in schools regulations, which I guess nearly everybody in this room will be familiar with. So the consultation went in, I think it was July the 27th or thereabouts. So we completed our bit, and so on our side of things, we're not responsible for the physical cooking of the food, but it's delivering that product into the kitchens. And our aim, especially on school meals, is to be 100% availability 100% of the time. That's the aim and that's the vision. We're not too bad. We don't always get it right, I'll be honest with you, because things happen in the supply chain. We will do our very best to rectify it. But I think our availability is pretty good on the whole. So how is that going to look in the future? And I'm going to kind of frame it around this slide here on vegetables. So current, 1 portion of vegetables are something that must be provided each day. And proposed is 2 portions of vegetables. So thinking, okay then, well, we supply fresh veg and frozen veg. So if that's essentially going to double in theory, are our supply chain strong enough and advanced enough to deliver what you need? So the doubling of veg, what does that look like to us on warehousing space, capacity in lorries, and so on and so forth? So whatever you ask for, we need to get to you. So I'm going to take a step back a bit and go to these slides here. We're all familiar with them. And this is the kind of stuff we read. You publish them, Cardiff University. I know the guy who wrote this book there. I've got a signed copy, which I'm sure is going to be worth a fortune in a few years' time. So we read all of these things as well. And I think if we go back probably 5 or 6 years, we were reading these and kind of coming up to various seminars, etc., talking about food insecurity and the public plate and a Welsh food systems fit for future generations. And I think we need to recognise the supply chain has a responsibility to deliver this. And I'm saying this with very respectfully. Not everybody's got warehouses and lorries, but we have, and we've got the links with farmers. So I think the responsibility for people like ourselves is to have a look at the direction of travel and work with the authors and work with a wider selection of stakeholders to try and make it happen. Because a lot of thought has gone into these reports and many others, and a lot of academic thought and information coming through from stakeholders and people who know what they're talking about. So I guess who are we to question this really? So we're more than happy to accept what's happening here and help deliver what the outcomes or the proposals are in these types of reports. So it's not only what we see here in Wales, this is the kind of thing we read. A lot of those are quite recent. Kevin's book was launched, I think, in January, it could be February this year, could have been December last year, come to think of it, I think it was January. So all of these are recent, we're not going back into the ages and grabbing things. So another one, July the 15th, for example, DEFRA, 10-point food strategy plan on a healthier food and greener supply chain. So that's where all of us sit in that supply chain, be it customers or distributors. And this is a particularly interesting one, which was published a couple of weeks ago. It's from the Institute of Grocery Distribution, and I think I've shared this with a couple of people in the room here. So this was a particularly interesting one because it's a trade body that we're not involved with, but these are speaking on our behalf. Grocery distribution, that's kind of what we do. And it's having a look at the risks. So I typed in there, oops, hang on.
No, I'll do. This is yeah. I'm leaving the.
Yeah, sorry.
Let me say, technology is not with us all the time.
Oh, that's fine, yeah. So if we look then at resilience in that supply chain, and I did a quick search, and it crops up in the first page, and it crops up throughout the report. On resilience is the ability of the UK food system to adapt and respond effectively to external trends. Building resilience is a commercial imperative. So what does that kind of mean and what does it look like? Oops. So their key macro findings here are imported horticulture is at greatest risk. We see this on a transactional basis. Dietary shifts with current sourcing could be a risk. So if things stay the same, to deliver the dietary changes you want could be a bit of a problem. And domestic capacity must be maintained. So if we just take these three together, imported horticulture, dietary shift, how can we deliver what you want for your plates, and domestic capacity. Right, so everything I said earlier, if this proposal is accepted next year and it comes into force, there's quite a few challenges on getting two portions of veg onto the public plate there. And again, that's not just us seeing it, it's academic papers and industry bodies, Institute of Grocery Distribution who look after us. Now, I'm going to go like the clappers back forward now, without missing where I am. Right, so with all of this in mind, so what are we going to do about it then? Right, so I'm going to focus now on a scheme that everybody, I guess, in the room have heard of. It's kind of that wedge veg in schools. And the truth is, when we started this back in, oh God, it was 4 years ago, here in Cardiff on courgettes, etc., I think a lot of it was a bit of a reaction to say, come on, let's just do something. And the truth is, as this project has evolved, it's a gift that genuinely keeps on giving. Had ourselves and Food Sense Wales and Farming Connect, had we envisaged the learning curve we'd been on in the past 4 years, we probably wouldn't have been able to write it down, and probably would have been a bit too scary to start. And I feel this, and we as a company feel this genuinely, to mitigate the challenges you saw in the previous slides. I'm not going to go back.
That's okay.
Otherwise we'll go
Under
on.
control.
Yeah, to kind of mitigate those challenges, the supply chain has to work collaboratively. And this has become even more important. The more we learn, the more we dig into it. We just saw Monday, especially in Carmarthenshire where I live, a deluge of rain, and there's been some problems with leaky roofs in schools in Rhondda and Natal, for example, and other areas. So Carmarthenshire, as you may have seen on the news and heard on Radio Wales today, if you were driving in listening to the leader of the council there, there's been floods in Carmarthenshire that didn't, in places that haven't flooded before. And some of it's due to kind of blocked drains and kind of twigs and branches in rivers. But nonetheless, that rain came down at a real rate. So we're living in climate change. I don't need to be an expert. You just look out the window and we can kind of work it out for ourselves. So how do we kind of onshore projects back here to Wales to try and mitigate what's happening in other parts of the world? What I didn't mention in the previous slide was Spain has been identified as a country which we're extremely at risk in terms of food supply. And you've seen the weather in Spain. There were floods in Valencia last year. It's gone massive heat waves, more rain, heat waves, rain. And we're really at risk from what's going on in Spain because we import tomatoes, lettuce, ironically broccoli, which I'll go on to speak about. A lot of the fresh broccoli that comes into us is from is Spanish. So we're at fault as Castell Llawel and everybody in the supply chain. We've kind of got us into this position. So we need to find a way to reverse that and do it quite quickly. So what I suggest is critical is a kind of holistic collaborative approach. So the growers are key because without them growing, we got nothing. So I should have put the growers in bold as a matter of fact, because they are the most important people here. They genuinely are. The growers are the most important people. Growers and farmers, and sometimes we might kind of forget that. Washer packers, somebody who processes it, puts it in bags and makes sure the life is extended. Distribution, who is us, getting into warehouse, getting it out into our customers. The caterers, who are the majority, some of you here today. What, if anything, can you do differently? Because I guess we're all in this together. As I said earlier, if we don't change things subtly or otherwise, without that pull coming from the customer, then it's going to be really difficult to stimulate what happens further up that supply chain. Government, Welsh Government, you've got a big responsibility here as well. And then the stakeholders, which are the other people in the room here. So they're the kind of key people who can make this happen. And we've kind of seen some of the actions from everybody here is kind of happening already. So we're not standing here discussing today things that we want to see happen. These things are happening, albeit at a kind of low volume, but it's happening. And I don't want to steal Alec's thunder, but head down to Brumenza Farm in Carmarthenshire. Did you have floods there then? No, it just washed past, did it? Yeah, it went out on the fields, I guess, because you're next to the river.
Yeah, the bottom fields are flooded, but not very good.
No way you grow. I thought it was a little bit higher. But if you've got a canoe, head down to see Alec in Brumenza, which is just down the road from where I live. So all of this is kind of happening, and I'm a big advocate for learn by doing. And sometimes if you overthink stuff, nothing happens. I really believe sometimes you've got a good idea and a vision, and supported by all the documentation, go for it, and by and large, hope for the best. Oops. Oh, sorry. I think I've got one too many there.
No.
I'll have that. Yes. Right. So yes, thank you. So the Welsh Virgin schools quite ambitious, and this year we were forecasting 1 million portions of veg being delivered through the supply chain. Some of that is a substitution fresh for fresh, and some of it is a substitution frozen for fresh. So it's a bit of a mixed bag there. I think we were way too ambitious with 60 tonne. We're probably going to end up with something like 25 tonnes. And to be honest with you, 25 tonnes, the challenge is just on a very, very low number. I'm kind of glad it isn't 60 tonnes, otherwise I probably wouldn't be here today. I'd be kind of bagging or washing carrots to do or something. So, and that's kind of where we need that investment to get from 60, which is still hardly anything in the grand scheme of things, is going to be quite a challenge there. So if you go to the next slide. So this, I'm in reverse now. I got it there. Right. So this year, I guess Alex will speak about the volumes going through Brumenza. We're looking at least 11 tonnes of carrots. Well, the 9 tonnes of broccoli hasn't been such a bad year, really. So that's going to be around 10 tonnes of broccoli. Over 6,000 cucumbers and tomatoes and some other veg. Again, I'll reiterate that isn't a massive amount, but it's 11 tonnes more than we had 3 years ago. And thank you for everybody for taking part. So these are grown, the carrots are grown mainly for us anyway in the Bwlch-y-Wernion up in Lampeter with Patrick Holden and his family. The broccoli is in Techford, coincidentally again in Ceredigion by David, who's in the field there. David and Catherine, who were relocated from Crickhowell, they bought a farm in Ceredigion, just by Aberteifi, by Cardigan. We had some organic tomatoes from Owens in Pembrokeshire, and there's just a picture of veg ready for distribution. So the challenge we're going to face now, and this is kind of the crux of what I'm saying, is what investment do we need for that infrastructure? Because we found last year, even at a kind of a small, really low volume, we were so lucky for Brumenza there, which is only, 15 minutes away from the depot, on washing and bagging. And it feels a bit foolish not having worked that out in advance, but again, learn by do, we got around it. So what does that infrastructure look like? What do we need in Wales to go back to where we were 20, 30 years ago? Right, and we need that investment. So last year we had a foundational economy grant, Karen's here somewhere, Siobhan. So we invested those in lots of different elements of the supply chain. But in the larger washer, which is up there in Lampeter, you can see Harry and there's David looking quite suspicious on the top there. And the bagger is up with David in Techford, and it's kind of working okay. And this is how things are evolving. Where is the best place to do this? And if anybody's been down Puffin Potatoes or some large kind of horticulture units in Lincolnshire or down southeast, these machines are tiny. These are equivalent to something you get in your own kitchen. So even though I'm really pleased with these, I'm really proud of these two machines. They are titchy tiny in the grand scheme of things, but it's a step forward. And what we need to do is take as much cost out of the job as we can, because the gap between conventional and organic at this stage is quite significant. For example, the gap between per kilo of organic broccoli this week is I'm trying to do the sums, 177 a kilo. And the gap between the carrots is £1.40 a kilo. So those gaps are really big. You know, we've got to be honest. If this is our ambition, we've got to work to invest in areas where we can improve efficiencies. And this is one of those areas. And it's not just efficiencies, it's health and safety as well. Without that kind of mechanical help on farms, I don't particularly want Harry Holden as a play. He's only 20 and his brothers. I don't really want them to have bad backs by the time they're 25 and just give up on it, because Harry's a rugby player as well. We want him kind of fit on a Saturday on the pitch. I'd rather see him on a tractor doing as little manual job as possible. You know, David, who you can see his head, you know, him and the team, they've picked around 10 tons of broccoli by hand, and that's kind of heavy on your back. He's quite a young guy, he's got a young family. So I don't want David to give up because of a bad back or his family. So their health is kind of quite important to me, because I like them anyway. They're good people, I've got to know them well. So how can we keep David and Harvey and the rest of the family, how can we keep them fit? And the only way we can do that is through automation, but these things cost quite a bit of money. And if you're going up from field scale level, if you've only got an acre or so, or 5 acres, then the cost of the machine doesn't really equate to the volume coming out. So that's why we need a bit of help here. We've invested a reasonable amount as Castell Howell, helping them on cash flow loans. Because you can imagine, if you're going from field scale, all your cost is in March when you're planting. So you might be 20, 30 grand in the soil in March, and then you've got no guarantee of that delivering whatever the cost is in September, October, November. So how can we kind of de-risk that? Because it's a big ask asking a grower to say, oh, can you plant this for us? Oh, and by the way, if the rain comes and washes it off, we're not going to take any responsibility. You know, that's not going to encourage people to start growing more veg. Who do you want to take that risk? Or we could say, well, okay, yeah, you're spending 20, 30,000 on compost and seeds and plants. Yeah, but come October, we're going market prices are only going to give you 40p a kilo, and consequently, they lost 12, 13,000, 15,000 pounds. So they need a fixed price, so they know where they are. They need some reassurance from us that we're going to share that risk, that we're going to take what they're having, what they're growing, I beg your pardon. Now, that in itself has brought some challenges with broccoli this year. Because of the weather, the broccoli was ready before the schools opened. And you just, you say, well, I've got 1.5 ton of, well, it's actually 1,800 kilos of broccoli. I'm saying, but David, the schools aren't open. They say, yeah, but it's ready in the fields. I say, yeah, but the schools, yeah, but it's ready. I say, well, what can we do? You know, when we're not Tesco's, you know, we're not going to say tough. It wasn't a long conversation. We kind of agreed beforehand. But so we bought that broccoli and a few other things, and put it into our own supply chains. But you can see where that kind of risk is. You know, had we been harder and firmer to say, no, you're growing for the schools open September the 4th, you know, find your own market. Well, he wouldn't be growing for us next year, wouldn't he? And we kind of lose all trust and relationships would fall. So how do we kind of manage all of this? And I haven't got a slide on this. So one opportunity in the future is to extend the life of that broccoli. But to do that, we either need to freeze it down or put it in a multi-portion meal, which we've discussed before, so it can be reintroduced to the market further on. Because one thing we don't want to do is ask them to plough that broccoli back in, you know, because you're incurring food waste. If there's not enough food, then, oh, golly. So this is where we need the systems up and running, and with you guys working with us to say, well, okay, we can have a bit of flexibility. Oh, you're not going to open the schools in August, of course, you know, we wouldn't expect you to get the kids back in early. But if we can find a way of IQF-ing, individually quick frozen, those machines are, oh God, you know, those kind of nitrogen tenders, probably £100,000. You know, and if you divide 100,000 by a 10.5, or a 10.5 by 100,000, or which way, it's gonna, you know, that broccoli is going to cost something like £1,000 a kilo, isn't it? So we need that volume coming through as well. So we need to make sure our calculations and our sums are spot on there. But this is kind of where we're at, and I wouldn't be saying all of this if you hadn't given it a go, really. And thank you for public sector customers for coming on board and getting that pull coming through. And thank you for the grant as well. So these are the real challenges we face here. But I say challenges, it's quite exciting, really. You know, it's great. There's never a dull moment. And I think when you're involved in this is the best projects I've been involved in. I've been in the food industry all my life because it's so exciting and you feel you're doing something good. I'm kind of lucky because I've got the backing of the senior board in Castell Howell. So I just get on with it and wait for a phone call and ask, what have you done now, kind of thing. So as long as I get that backing from the senior board, I'm just going to crack on with it. But one thing I need to do internally is demonstrate how we're becoming a bit leaner and more efficient every year. You know, we can't go on investing indefinitely. Somewhere this has got to make commercial sense. We're not there yet, but with the right grants and a bit of help here and there, we can make that happen. And of course, broccoli is, no, there's no picture of broccoli there. Broccoli ticks the boxes on a lot of the nutrition. And in some of the work we've done, which I'm coming on to here now, this is something we've started to do. And given the right resources, we'd like to do more of it. And I've spoken to quite a few in this room here on whether we can do something in your local authority. Because one thing we don't want to be doing is asking growers to grow things and the children don't like it. I'm stepping into your territory a bit here now. So we've just done a couple of consumer engagement events. So these happen to be in Caerphilly, they're in Bargoed and up in Ysgol-y-Derry, which is quite close to Bargoed. We're in Swansea as well, but we'd like to do more. So we're putting the meals in front of the children, which contains the Welsh produce. Even though that says Welsh beef lasagna, we did have cauliflower cheese, broccoli cheese. Invited the parents in to see whether they liked it. So the children say good, very good, bad, or whatever they think. And we've had really positive responses. So I think that consumer engagement is critical. You see it with McDonald's, Subways, you know, the advertising is bang on. How can we work with yourselves to make it as attractive to the children as possible? Because everything that goes before, if the children don't like it, or it's very difficult to cook, or even if the parents don't like it, if the parents don't like it, then they're not going to tell the children. And all of a sudden it goes in the bin, and everything which we spoke about in the previous slides is just a waste of time and money. You know, we don't want to send lorries around the country for something that ends up in the bin and people don't like. It's big time. So this kind of engagement, we haven't got the resources to go around every school, but we've got the resources to go around some schools. And any successes here, we can feed back to the farmers because they love the idea that their produce is being eaten. They don't forget about it at the farm gate. You know, these guys are really invested in this. They want to make a difference. They've got to make a profit because if they don't, they can't make a difference. So that's kind of where we're at. And again, it's very fascinating. Right, coming to the last two slides now, and I'll whistle through these. This is kind of big picture stuff going on here now, and it's all very recent. This report here, World Economic Forum, putting food on the balance sheet, and they recognise that the investment going in to change the food supply chain globally now, not here in Wales, it needs trillions, but that money isn't going in, and they see that as a bit of a threat, and everything from it's a sort of economic challenges, riots, geopolitical tensions. Because there's enough evidence. If we haven't got food on our plates for, I don't know, 2 or 3 days, we'll be running around in the streets ransacking. That's kind of the reality of it. You know, bit of snow, what do you look at? Bread, milk, toilet roll, pasta, COVID. You know, that's human nature, isn't it? And we see it time and time again. Oh my God, there's snow coming. Right, let's get 20 loaves of bread. It's just in our nature, we go a bit nuts if there's something challenging in the food supply system. I rarely see people running out for iPhones or something if there's a problem with I don't know, iPhone covers. But with food, woof, and toilet paper, strangely, we're all over it. So this is my last slide now. So these are some of the key things that I've taken out of that report. And I guess this is kind of where we're evolving into, is that the food value chain, which we're involved in, most of us here, Supply chain partners offer more favourable financing terms to suppliers. And I guess this is the crux. Who's going to help these people grow and who's going to help the kids eat? And it ticks so many boxes when it comes to the future generations. It covers all 7 pillars. I'll finish with this. The study by Swansea University concluded that the organic broccoli, this was through the local firms back as well, coincidentally, so a lot comes back to the foundational economy team there, that it had an environmental impact. The environmental impact was between 50 and 60% less. So this kind of ticks all the boxes. It's great on biodiversity because it's organic. It generally ticks all the boxes, but we need a bit of cash in there to make it work. And it's not just us saying that; it's the World Economic Forum as well. So you've seen this slide before, saying diolch. I got there eventually. So diolch, that's a very quick overview. Thank you.
Many thanks, Ed. We've got 10 minutes now for some Q&A, question, answer, comments, or whatever. I mean, Ed covered so much there, but two of the key things, I think, the takeaways for the rest of us in the food system. Number one, what comes through, I think, very, very clearly is a sense of shared destiny in the food chain, that there's such an interdependence between different parties. It really is a sense of shared destiny, you know. No single player can prosper on their own, you know. So it's a matter of thinking about the food system as a whole, as Ed was saying. And of course, and the second thing there is, if we're going to collaborate together, who is going to take the risk out of the system? Castell Howell, Ed didn't go into the details of this, but Castell Howell has put its hand in its pocket here to subsidise Welsh veg in school. It can't continue to do that on its own. Yeah, no unilateral player can de-risk the food system. So we've got to collaborate and to de-risk it together. I think those are the 2 key messages, Ed, coming out of your president. Was it fair to say that?
Yes, 100%. Yes.
Yeah. So anyway, time for question. Jenny, you've got a question.
Yeah, Jenny Rathbone, member for Cardiff Central. I think one of the challenges is getting more farmers growing the food we need. The Farming Connect contract is out for procurement at the moment for the next 3 years. How do we ensure that it's going to do a better job on focusing on these priorities rather than business as usual, given that at the moment horticulture is only got 8 full-time equivalents through Lancashire? We've got the horticulture contract. And I know there are farmers out there who are saying, why haven't they knocked my door? Well, they obviously have more demand than they've got people to deal with, so they're reactive rather than proactive. So how do we change that, given there's quite a lot of farmers in the system who just want to go on doing the same old, same old?
I think good question there. Thank you, Jenny. I think we've got to have that demand coming through, because generally speaking, the volume coming through at the moment, we don't need that many farmers or growers. And even though we're trying to spread the knowledge across Wales, perhaps what we're looking at next year is a bit of consolidation or staying where we are and investing in those farmers and the growers who are on the scheme now, to make sure we can be as efficient as possible. Because we've got to work on those efficiencies to kind of bring that gap price down. So through Farming Connect, we've worked with them on schemes for young farmers. They're coming down to us in a couple of weeks to try and give young farmers a different outlook, to say, do you remember well, they won't remember their great-grandparents, but many of their great-grandparents, 40s, 50s, would have been a mixed farm. My own grandparents, you know, they farmed, they were selling vegetables to Llanelli and Swansea through the wholesaler. But as the push for efficiencies came, that farm is an exclusively dairy farm now. So all those skills have been lost, and that supply chain. I guess for many farmers, it is that investment in in the equipment you need, because it's very different to the equipment you need for beef and sheep farming or dairy farming. So there's, Alex might touch on it a little bit later. Machinery rings, there's one evolving in Carmarthenshire where kits can be shared between farmers. We've got a little machinery ring just between the two farmers in Ceredigion. So they're sharing that kit, and I'll just leave them to it to take it back and forth as they see fit. But it is kind of creating that demand, and a great way to create the demand is through the public sector, because there's the public sector putting their money where their mouths are, really, I guess. So it is, well, once that demand is created, it'll gather a little bit of momentum. Because I say we're 100% more now than we were 3 years ago, and hopefully when we get our systems fine-tuned again, you know, in a couple of years' time, it'll be 20 tons of broccoli, 30 tons of carrots. And what's great is, and I know this shouldn't be a surprise to most of us, the yields you can get even from organic. You know, getting something like 10 tons from 5 acres of broccoli, and then on carrots, you're getting around 10 tons from an acre and a bit. So you can get a lot of food from a relatively small footprint. So it's very efficient, and that's without artificial fertilizers. So we can increase our agricultural output,
Yes, if
but it means things have to give a little bit. Yeah.
So,
Thank you. So if I've understood correctly, some of the key challenges and opportunities are creating that demand for farmers in the absence of the supply chains that used to exist, but also in terms of food preparation and storage, and being more of a flexible system to allow that more flexibility, essentially, right? So there's even, and as well the investment in the tools and infrastructure. Would that be a fair summary of some of the key challenges and opportunities?
Yeah.
I did want you to put the slide back on with the 5 different boxes, but we won't.
Oh,
Will
yeah.
the presentations be shared?
Yes,
of course,
yes.
yeah.
Well, with permissions from obviously
With
the
it, yeah.
speaker.
Oh, yeah, certainly,
the
yeah.
professional.
Yeah. And that demand is, you know, we've had some great uplifts from our local authority customers this year. And I think what we need to do is give a more clear, concise message to our school local authority customers to say we'll have 100% availability of certain crops and other things not, because we're kind of working our way through it. Sometimes it's a bit up and down what's available. So I know we need to regather, regroup, and give a much clearer message to our customer as well, our local authority customers, on where we'd like to be as well. It's been a bit scattergun, but I guess it had to be that, really.
Yeah, finding your way, aren't you?
We're finding a way through, yeah, it's
It's all the
evolving.
demand for farmers to want to do it, and there's a whole
Yeah.
discussion there, isn't it?
You said at one point, there's no point growing stuff that we can grow in Wales, like kale, if kids don't eat it. You didn't say anything about your interesting partnership with Paul and Authentic Curry, and inventing new menus and tasting it with the kids and their parents.
That's right. We're with Authentic. I touched on a little bit, but I was conscious of time. What can we grow well in Wales? And we grow kale and chard really well. When I was back on the farm, it was for the sheep. Didn't realise you could eat it yourself until a little while ago. So that's something we can grow really well, as you know, it's probably coming out of your years. Those have got allotments there. So how do we introduce those? They're very nutritionally dense as well, and it's kind of camouflaging it. So in some of the meals we tried up in Caerphilly there was some hidden kale and chard. But I guess it won't kind of look good on a school menu. Kids won't recognise it, and parents won't know either. So I really don't know whether, you know, what do? Do you camouflage it and not say, or do you say and people don't eat? I really don't know what the answer there is. Pardon?
I know my kids will say you can't.
Yeah, you camouflage, yeah. So we'd be led. So that kind of new product development through the multi-portion meals, at this stage, it's the only way we can extend that life at the moment in Wales. We haven't got a sophisticated spiral freezer. They cost around £1 million, so we won't have those for a couple of years. But that's kind of where the end user work there. Because we had, I'll finish with this, okay, if I can. Perhaps some of you have heard this. We did a bit of a trial on the meatballs, the lamb meatballs. So in Powys, they went really well. 3 schools there, Llyswen, Talgath and Hay and Wye, very rural communities. And they loved the lamb meatballs. Lamb and veg at Cael and Chardin. Came down to Caerphilly then, which is kind of semi-industrial or post-industrial. Not so, there's a bit, lamb, they're a bit wary of lamb there. And then Swansea and Penlan, which is really kind of in a city, if you like. Oh, it was really tough going there. So the distance between Swansea and, I don't know, Hay and Wye, what is it, 50 miles? So we're very conscious of those kind of nuances between local authorities and differences within local authorities here in Cardiff. There's different communities. And that was fascinating, the lamb meatball.
And the reason for the difference?
Cultural, because I think up in the part of Powys, very farming community, and the lamb, they couldn't get enough of them. And it was practically totally different in Swansea, which I wasn't surprised upon, but I wasn't surprised, but I was a little bit thinking, oh, you're going to love these. Ooh, lamb, no. So that's kind of the reality and those kind of subtle messages. So I'll just finish. We're working a little bit with Food and Drink Wales on trying to evolve the branding somewhat. The people behind Blas Cymru a couple of weeks ago to see, and there's been work already done with through Mentor Morn and Myrddin and those guys. So to tap in there so we can get the messaging right and we can add that value and be confident that at least the majority of kids are going to like it, hopefully, and it works well in the kitchen.
Well, Ed, that's great. We'll all remember the story of the lamb meatballs.
Yeah.
Can we show our appreciation?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. One quick question.
Sorry, I question that in English. I have a question about meat in the Welsh school meal model. Is it locally sourced too? Is it mainly beef, pork, fish? Is there any vegetarian option? And several research in France shows that reducing meat consumption, particularly beef, makes a significant difference from a financial and environmental cost. Do you have any suggestions of this kind for the future of Welsh school meal, for example?
Well, I guess, without delving into each menu, because I'm not au fait with everything, I think the most popular meat would be poultry, I guess, yeah. I know. But what we are trying to do is Welsh meat is quite expensive. Beef and lamb is really expensive now. So what we've done with again, from the foundational economy, there's a lot coming through there. There's a lot happening last year with that, building local firms back, is to try and, where we can, move to Welsh meat, but introduce less Welsh meat, possibly less meat, as long as it ticks all the protein and iron and everything, but make sure it's kind of Welsh meat going in there, because it's very expensive. And that's the meatball. That's why we tried it out with the 3 areas to see on the acceptability, because Welsh lamb is by and large very extensive. Welsh beef is as well, or certain types of farming systems are quite extensive here in Wales. And so it's how can we get that back into the school menus, tick all the nutrition boxes, and yet be kind of commercially valuable. So it's a bit of a challenge, but we're getting there. And the great thing is, and what we should have done with the meatballs, the beef and the lamb, is start off with the children. We did it, how can I best say, ass backwards. We thought we had a great idea, well, which we did, but we should have tried a little bit with the children first and then gone back to the NPD. So lesson learned there anyway.
There are vegetarian options available.
Yeah. Oh yes, yeah. Broccoli and carrots, there's loads of it on, isn't it? Yeah.
Okay, Ed, please, over to you. So we're now moving from production to procurement before we have a word, right? And there's no one better to deal with procurement
But say that, Kevin.
Then Richard, simply because Richard was working in a local authority called Caerphilly, and now he's in Monmouthshire. But Caerphilly has a contract, as you'll probably explain, for sourcing on behalf of many local authorities certainly in South and West Wales.
Yes.
I guess. Okay, Rhys, over to you.
Yeah, very much. Yeah, I'm at a bit of a crossroads, and when Kevin invited me along, he was like, "I'm not quite sure I want to come along." I'm not doing it anymore. So, but yes, I was with Philly, led on the Welsh Public Sector Collaborative Food Group, which was 22 public sector bodies, I think it was, all needing food in different ways. So there was housing associations, there was schools, there was social services, and Natural Resources Wales, more of the commercial side of food. So we led on that. It was a 18-24 month project to get it in place. And then got it up and running. It was running for about a year and a half, and then I jumped ship from on them. So it was left in good hands, I will say that. And the guys, they at procurement on Tuesday won the award for the best collaborative project for the contract, which was really good to see. So procurement is usually nice and easy. Somebody has a user need, you get their requirements, you get them to make sure they're compliant. Procurement gets involved in the middle, you get a contract and framework out. Nice and simple. If you're buying pens and pencils, that's great. When we started looking at food, we ended up with that, which was everything you can imagine, leak cleaning and all the food. There's so many different departments, there's so many different policies, and as Ed showed in some of his different things, so many people doing things on food. There was so much involved that we realized quite quickly that it wasn't just a normal procurement. So this side is everything that feeds in, so food supply chain, food suppliers, Ed's involved, Welsh Government, and pieces they put in, the stakeholders, the catering managers and all that. There's local and regional, as Ed was saying, there's so many differences locally and regionally on what the kids will eat, that needed to be taken involved. There's food safety at the top. We started doing a bit around the food and farming policies, because there was some of them sort of not lining up with some of the food requirements. So welfare in schools kicked off then as part of that. Started looking at the Open Food Network and what are they doing about making regional hubs for the delivery of food, and we wanted to get involved with that. And then I put on the end was looking at what environmental goals we can get out of this. Procurement's a big driver for social value and environmental goals, and things like that when we do it really well. In the middle. All the different contracts, so we had grocery, frozen, frozen foods, which was one of the main ones. Milk and dairy, fruit and veg, professional soft drinks, bread, fresh and cooked meats. We went into vending contracts and water coolers and alcoholic beverages. That was the one I was gutted we didn't get to do. Newport's out that one, so there was no sampling or anything. I was devastated. And then how do we capture everything at the end? Because we never really had something that we can just show this is what we've done. So it was a steep learning curve. I've been involved in at this point when we started, I've been involved in food procurement for about 15 years, and it was the biggest thing we'd ever done. Foolishly, I thought I've done them before, it can't be that difficult. It's 2 years of my life I'm never getting back. So Monmouthshire are part of it. So I'll speak now from my new role. We're part of the Welsh Public Sector Collaborative Food Group back in 2021. So the National Procurement Service Wales were doing food, and they asked Philly to take that on, because we'd always had a long history of doing food procurement. It works on a collaborative basis with all different public sector bodies in Wales. And it was about that collaborative basis that we wanted it to be. It wasn't just this is what we're doing, we're going to get on with it. We tried to make sure that everyone was involved. Everyone had their needs and what they wanted out of the contract. Everyone's got different requirements. Everyone's got different, even down to how many deliveries a week and things like that they have. We want to make sure all of that was in the contract. And we wanted a range of providers on it as well. So when we awarded the contract, we didn't just want, no offense there, we didn't just want Castle Howell on this. delivering everything for Wales. We wanted a broad range, large, small, anyone involved. And we did that by trying to break it down into smaller chunks of contract and things like that, to try and make those make it accessible for those players. And that's what we found was the biggest success, was where we'd broken the different lots down. So Caerphilly had its own lot. That was broken down as far as we got 2 tourist sites left in Caerphilly. And it was broken down, and just if you wanted to, you could supply just those 2 sites. So it really targeted those small providers. Other than that, you could go for the schools. You know, there's 100 odd schools. Monmouthshire is 20 odd schools. You know, if you want to take a little piece of the pie, that's up to you. One of the big stuff, go for that. So it was a range of products, different service requirements, geographical lotting. I've done contract before. I've done a lot of collaborative contract before, not just for food. And it works quite well sometimes when you group them all together. So a Monmouthshire, we do a lot of work in Monmouthshire with Ardell, with our procurement partner. So that's Monmouthshire, Torvine, Cardiff, and the Vale. So we do a nice collaborative contract there, which is quite a big area. So when we asked if that was something they wanted, everybody wanted their own lot. It was one of those things. It was just after the pandemic. Local food was massive on the agenda, and people wanted their own lot to try and target those local providers. There was also an All Wales lot, so if anybody wanted to join afterwards, they can join on. And there's a Welsh products lot as well, just for products that were manufactured in Wales, and we've never done that before. That was a strange one. And the way we managed to do that was by putting a definition of local in, and that was never done before either. So there was lots of calls with lots of different people, and it was our trading standards colleagues who came up with it and said, well, we've got a definition of local. Because in procurement, we could never say what local was. The trading standards definition, if you go to a shop and it says local above the door, these products are local, it means it's got to be within their own county or the neighbouring county up to a maximum of 30 months. So you know that is, you know, quite local way by it. So we've used that definition, but because we were using it on an all Wales lot, that definition of local meant all Wales. So that anyone from Wales, any small provider from Wales, can get on it. The per provider spend, we used that and got try to get a consistent approach and have that in one place, which we'd never had before. So there's a lot of work going on. The guys at Caerphilly are still doing it now, collecting all the data every month, and using that to look at trends and where products are being bought and things like that. We future-proof the framework for new products and the changes in legislations that the new food in schools regs. We aligned it to all of the procurement policy statements, sustainability, wellbeing future generations, social value, all of these things that were on that first slide, that all feed into these different things. Obviously, we have to comply with the public procurement regs. We incorporated a Welsh language standard in there, which is in most of our contracts, just to try and develop that Welsh piece. And that element, like I said, the guys at Philly, I know, are still doing it now. We still have meetings with them regularly. They're doing that contractor relationship management. They have regular meetings. They're every month, they're every quarter, they're every year then for different elements of the contract. And they do the same then with all the people who are buying off the contract as well. So it's really is a big piece of work, and I won't underestimate how big that was. The good side and a bad side to being involved in the framework, and everyone has to be involved, and that was like I said earlier, that was our biggest thing, was getting everyone involved, and we had to make sure that the right people were involved. So we tried to get a procurement person from every participating body and a catering manager for every participating body, somebody involved in catering. Whether it was 1, 2, 4, we didn't care, as long as everyone was involved. The bad side was is when we didn't get involved, and this is the weird one for me, because I was part of Caerphilly when we were tackling this, and I'm sitting in Monmouthshire talking about this. At the time, when we were doing the contract, one of the guys in Monmouthshire, who was the procurement side, wasn't involved. There was a changeover in catering staff, and something got missed from that side. We went out of contract with the wrong thing in the contract. And this is what came out of it. There was headlines everywhere about Monmouthshire's change of milk provider. They had a local milk provider from in county who was ranked second, and they ended up with Totally Welsh, who were a fantastic supplier down in West Wales. They've got a site here in Cardiff, and they won the contract. But what within the contract was not what Monmouthshire were having, and that piece had been missed by not having the right people involved. And that was the element we did try all the way through to try and get. So out of, there was 150 lots on the contract. Out of all of it, one small lot got the biggest amount of news. Nobody worried about. There was lots of changes. Pembrokeshire lost their local provider, but they were proactive. They had the right people involved. They went out and said, look, went to the cabinet, this is what we're doing. This is the priority. These are the reasons why they've won. It all went through smoothly. This part, not so much. But we got over it, and then Monmouthshire took a view and went with Totally Welsh for quite a few months, and then ended up with doing their own milk arrangement. And what they did was try to break that milk lot down even further. So they had milk and lots of other dairy items on there, so eggs and things like that. So they used that and tried to regionalise it. And since I've got over to Monmouth, and working with Helen and Deb and the team there, there's lots of different things we're looking at now as well to try and regionalise more and feed into the other projects like the Veg in Schools project that we want to do. Value of the framework comes from collecting buying power. There's massive collective buying power. I think the total value of the contract was 224 million. We're not up there competing with the likes of Tesco's and things like that, but that is a sizable chunk. And we try to achieve where we can a standardised approach. As Ed said, kids vary, not even from up in Powys down to Swansea. They'll vary from valley to valley. We're talking RCT and Caerphilly and places like that. But where we can, we try to standardise, milk, butter, cheese, things like that. There's not that much difference between things. Don't mention beans to a catering manager, and they go off their heads. Because beans are not just beans, they are differences. But I think just before I left, we done a bit of a thing on beans to see where we could try and get some sort of standardisation. There's 6 different types of beans taken across the whole contract. So why can't we just get one? And things like that. So I know I left that with the guys there when I left, and they were going to look into doing something with trying to get a day. We've done it quite a few years ago with cake mixers and things like that. Around, can we get a day where we all sit down and go, this is the one we're going to agree on and take that forward. That drives our collective buying power, and we want everybody with us. Like I said, it's the journey and the right outcomes for everyone. It's also easy to drive social value and that collective change, and Veg in Schools project is a good example of that. But we made sure there was social value was 10% of the overall contract, and quality was in there as well. And we did a quality day in the head office in Philly where they cut some of the products up and we sampled them, and that was 20% of the contract value. So just on that food element and social value element, there's 30% of the contract there. The other 30% of the quality score was just the written piece that everyone knows, and that was around from safety, and then 30% was on price. So it was a steer away from price being driven, and we've never done that. I will never do that when it comes to food. When it comes to food procurement, it's not all about the price. There's lots of other things involved. Food safety is always my primary one. Fairly had an E. coli outbreak back a number of years ago now, and a child died from it. So food safety has always been since I started probably about 2 years after the E. coli outbreak, and my manager there, Derek, who retired now, was always very much in food safety, and we've always driven that through every contract we've done. Even for the vending and water close contracts, which are just, you know, they're just machines and things like that. Food safety is an element of that. There are elements of food safety in that. There was lots of framework specifics in there around waste, recycling, deforestation requirements within there. We worked with RAPs to make mandatory things. We had RAP involved at the start, saying, right, what we do to address the risks around recycling and things like that in products. So we'd ask questions to the supplier market before we went out to tender and develop some questions around that. Size of Wales, I've done loads of work with the guys in Size of Wales, developed a procurement toolkit for food. And we used the questions out of there as it wasn't even an option. We put it in as a standard. These are the things we want from this contract. What will you do to deliver that? So there's lots of things in there around that. We also allowed, as I said earlier, the nominated lines, so we could get other little suppliers in if we wanted to. There's lots of interest, I'd say, in the food. There's lots of little companies popping up here and there and everywhere, producing new things in food. So we didn't want to shut them out. The framework's in place for 4 years. You can't add people to it. But the nominated lines clause we left in, we could nominate the company, the supplier, Castle Howell, as a wholesaler on the contract, or Harley, they're on it as well. You know, they're a wholesaler. Any of our others, you know, we did a bit of an experiment with the milk supplier in Philly, and we said, okay, can you deliver milk to all the schools anyway? Can you deliver the eggs as well? Okay, do that. And things like that. So we didn't just want to leave it closed for 4 years. We did look at DPS, which is a dynamic purchasing system, which was a different way of contracting. They've been done over the border in the Bath North East Somerset region. It was trialled and seemed to go quite well, and then tailed off. And when we looked at it, we couldn't quite figure out how. A framework is you haven't got to use a framework. It's an open thing. A contract is a contract. You have to buy from that company. A framework's a bit more open. You can buy from a number of companies on a framework. A TPS is even more open. You could add and take away the companies that were on there, and you could buy off them or not buy off them. But we couldn't figure out how we got the collective buying power out of the DPS because it was so open. You needed a little bit of that framework sort of core to try and drive those collective buying powers. Key challenges, it was resource intensive and continues to be. I started off, it was just me doing it. We ended up with 5 members of the team running the procurement and all of the paperwork and everything that goes on it. And it's a lot of work to deal with the supply side. Like I said, we have regular meetings with them all the time, and the catering managers. We have regular meetings with catering managers, and it leans into those soft skills in procurement that not all of the officers have. It's very much sort of man management and trying to bring everybody with you. The biggest challenge for speaking to caterers when buying food off the contract and going back to what I was saying about the seasonality and things like that is the food nutritional guidelines. And I know Helen and Lisa will probably talk about it later about those nutritional guidelines the school's got to adhere to. Don't allow that flexibility to change quickly because there's so much legislation there. There is a lack of the food supply chain in Wales. You know, I banged on about it for long enough, and everyone there you go. We don't know who's out there in Wales. There isn't a defined list of all those little suppliers that are out there in Wales, so we don't really know. And I suppose it links in well what you said, is trying to bring those farmers on board. You have to go out and find them and find them to work with and things like that. If there was a place we could go, you know, and say, oh, well, we can provide this, and this for you if you want to. We can engage easier. We can't grow everything we need in Wales. And what we do grow, we export due to price, the lamb, the beef, for instance. And the lack of facilities in Wales for preparing foods there's limited abattoirs now. We found that as part of the contract. We found it as part of the milk contract we did 10 years ago probably. One of the milk providers in Cardiff was shipping their milk to Southampton to bring it back to sell it as Welsh milk, which was the craziest thing I've ever heard.
Is it that we don't have the infrastructure yet? Is it possible?
It could be possible, yeah. Yeah, the limited veg processing plants. Ed's already made a start. She's Ed. But we've been talking about it in Monmouthshire, you know. The conversation the other week was, could we take dirty veg into the kitchen, you know? And no, that's a risk because of X, Y, and Z. So how do we get those veg processing plants? Dairies, we've got one new dairy open in the whole of Wales, which is the guys in Puffin Product who opened their dairy down in West Wales. Other than that, there isn't another dairy on the mass production scale. The dairy that's opened don't provide the foods in the size of the bottles we need in schools, the little ones. They're not doing that, they just provide it in supermarkets, they just provide the big goods. So there's opportunities there. But it's linking in with the guys like Castle Howell, the Future Generation Sleep, and all of those ghettos that are running. I'll leave those on there. They're just links we've done, stuff that we've done with Jay Lynch and Ed and different things about bits about embedding social value in procurement for food and things like that, food and things like that. My details, and that's it.
Many thanks, Rhys. We've got some time now before the coffee break for questions and comments and even criticisms.
Great presentation. Thank you so much. Just a really quick reflection on the little milk bottles. Like, to what extent are we going to plan on using those long term in the context of sustainability and, you know, single plastic use, or, you know, yeah.
We did a study with RAP on the little milk bottles. On one of the schools we had in Pitt wanted to change to glass milk bottles. So they wanted the glass milk bottles, they did. And then it was like, right, okay. We went over to and said, okay, glass, you know, risk in the kitchen. That was the first thing our catering manager went, no, it's not coming in my kitchen. Because there was glass. So that was fine. So right, what if we put it outside in a fridge? Yeah, okay, try that. Went to the provider, no, we can't do it. Well, we could do it for one school, that's great. You start ramping that up into multiple schools, we're going to get extra vans on the road.
Why are we not using washable cups?
This is where I'll lead on to that. We trialled it with the one school, the glass milk bottles, a couple of droppages, glass broken outside, things like that. They would decant that in the cups then. The milk provider said, if you got multiple vans on the road, they're heavier, the glass thing. We had to wrap, what's the benefits of using glass? And when they compared it, the energy intensity to make glass and reuse glass was far more than it is for plastic. So if you use, sorry, go back to what Rap said, plastic is fantastic if you recycle it right. If you get that plastic recycling chain, and we started a project with it was before COVID, and then we had to stop. So that the milk provider was delivering the little plastic bottles. These kids were washing them. So it was like a bit of a milk monitor program, like they used to be years ago. They were washing those bottles, bagging them up, and the milk provider was taking them back and taking them to a dedicated processing plant. So the milk bottles were being made back in plastic bottles.
It's not involved in that.
Yeah.
A 6 pints of milk would probably go on the whole glass in washing.
Yeah, it does, and that was what we got on through there, was trying to get that. But the milk, and the way the milk is administered in thirds. Every child has to have a third. So the nursery milk scheme, the two providers that do the nursery milk scheme are not keen on that, because how do you guarantee everyone's having a third? It's just fine, okay, right, fair enough. Then so they were keen on that. And then it was the recycling and things like that, which is great. But the way they price for the thirds is per third. So it's 30 pence a third, for instance. That doesn't equate to a 4 pinter or a 6 pinter. So a 4 pinter would be £2. If you would multiply a third up every time, you'd end up with about £4.50, £5 for a third. So it's making sure that those suppliers can sustain what they're delivering. Whereas if they do it on a third and it's 30 pence, they multiply that out and they can see where they profit margin. It works out more expensive overall, but not for their sustainability and how they make their profits. It's easier than
Yeah.
3 or 4 questions in the pipeline. Sorry, Ed, you were next.
Yeah, it was only a comment, and I usually say in my slides, with the power of public procurement to make a change. Funny enough, I said in the last thing where I saw Kevin, it's 23% of our business, but that affects the other 80%. And especially when it comes to the way you set up the contract the last time, it gives a bit of a green light for us. It underlines to say, yes, the public sector, they are interested in what they're doing, and they are, that's because that's in the tender process through the social value.
Yeah.
So it does drive behaviour change with suppliers, and it is working. So bringing all the documents we said earlier to life and telling your suppliers, we want you to look at social value is very powerful, and it's a real step forward here in Wales. The scary thing is, those size of Wales, I've done quite a bit with them. Oh wow, the amount of foods and products which are linked to deforestation, it can be a little bit overwhelming, and there's some big great work done in Monmouthshire.
Yeah.
Well, where you are now, obviously, in Helen. And I think, oh my word, it's kind of scary as well.
Yeah.
It really is.
But they present, it couldn't be, I said to Angie about coming, one of the guys there, Deb, but they couldn't be here today because they're preparing to speak at COP30 with the leader of Monmouthshire as well about the deforestation what we've done there. So for a small organisation, they're doing big things.
So Karen Lewis, WLJ Food Schools team. Just not the question is answer your question. Just to say that some authorities have phased thirds out and they've gone to the jokes, you know,
Yeah.
to
Monmouthshire is doing it on glass bottles,
yeah.
you know, because there's limited schools.
Well, they're not using, they're just using reusable cups.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's with the amount of milk that you need.
Yeah, so it has happened, it's been driven from demand from the authorities.
Because it's thousands of different plastic bottles or glass bottles a day, isn't it? And
Yeah.
that's, you know,
Yeah, so
so I can see Kevin wants to move on from
I'm just trying to moderate all the other hands. Alex, please.
Yeah, just had a question. You mentioned the value of quality on the tender being 10%.
Social value was
social
10.
value of 10%,
Yeah. Sampling was 20, and then quality overall was 70% of the contract.
So how does that social value translate into product?
It was difficult because we realised quite quickly we wanted social value, and the social value, like Ed said, is a big driver in Wales and in Welsh procurement. And that was put in there right from the start. 10% was the minimum we were having. What we had to do, because of the framework, I said, if it's a contract, you know you're going with one supplier, and you can drive that. This is the social value. We be very specific around what you want. The challenge we had was you had Castle Howell providing, and then we had a high street fruit and veg producer bidding for the contract as well. It's about making it proportionate to what we were doing. So we left it quite open, and left the company say what they would do around products, social value, and other things they would do deliver social value, education in schools. We had to leave it quite open, and then with the caveat of whatever you put in there, we will work with you on to develop further. So we started as a bit of a baseline. It wasn't, this is what you're going to do for social value, that'll be it. It was, that's your minimum you're going to do. We'll push you to do more. And if it included products and quality and things like that, Castle Howell put in a lot of stuff around the veg and schools project that they were doing to drive that, and that was one of the key things. They took quite a big proportion of the contract based around, they scored really well on that social value element.
Thanks. Just to, I suppose one of the challenges we face is it's the same in construction. If you want sustainability embedded through social value, it has to be embedded in the price of the product.
Yeah.
Which costs more.
Yeah.
Rhys, we've got a question online.
Oh.
So Hannah's going to read it out, I hope.
Yeah, question from David Williams. Can you comment on how contracts can be written to allow for a steady income for vegetable growers?
Oh, good question. we allow for price, there's always an element there of price variation and things like that. So we do that, but it's more around, I'd say it links in with the social value stuff and the projects we're doing. You know, we know that the organic vegetables and things like that come through the Veg and Schools project are more. With the milk contract we did, because of that local element, we'd always said we don't mind paying that a little bit more because it's a local producer and things like that. So it's just being that that open sort of dialogue with the suppliers of, you know, well, these are the things we look for, and this is specking it out up front. And like Ed said, is that if it's set out up front and people are aware of what you need or what you're willing to do or what you want to push the suppliers to do, it brings that element of price in as well. So you can sort of do both.
Was that it, Rhys?
Yeah.
Yeah, please.
All right. Yes, slightly.
Like catering company, and they've done some great things in terms of like switching to local dairy supplier and stuff, their school meals. I had a question. You mentioned how important it is to make sure that the information in the contracts now is right and is written properly, so you don't end up with negative
New stories and things like that.
yeah. And do we assume, I mean, in terms of who writes that and who has the understanding to write that, is there a strategic, is there a Rhys James in every council who has that knowledge? Is there another organisation that can support, companies such as Big Fresh to write those contracts, make sure those things are being written well and all those opportunities are being taken advantage of?
Yeah. I hope there's a Rhys James in every. That'd be a thing. Yeah, we did this as a collective. That was the key. It was. So when I was in Philly, when I'm in Monmouthshire now, it's still a collective. The Welsh Public Sector Collaborative Food Group is a collective buying power, and it is procurement, catering managers, and anybody else who wants to be involved. You know, we've dragged Castle Hamlin, Kevin's spoken on a few things. We've invited every man and his dog to the meetings, and we will hopefully Caerphilly will do that, but I will continue to promote that when I'm in Monmouthshire, because the more people you have in a room, like I said, we never had that definition of local. I never trading standards anything along here. We've got one. All right, okay, we can use that. It's published in law, so it's defendable, because you could never say local. You can't say local in procurement because what's local? There's no definition.
Yeah.
There's a definition. We can hang on hat on that and say that's a definition law because it's written there. So definitely, it's that collaborative working group, and it's got to be. And I've been to enough meetings with Jenny and the group down in the Senate. The work they're doing is really, really good. Because it brings different elements in, and you learn more around. I've done it for 16 years, and I still learn every time. Every time I listen to Karen speak, he tells me something new. So it's about attending these events, bringing those meetings together, bringing all the people together, and keeping that. And I know when a few years ago now, the food bill that Peter Fox put forward to the Senate, there was a piece in there around having a central sort of food team. And I thought that was like the best thing I'd ever heard. It was like, gee, that's what we need. We need that one team to do that piece, so everybody can feed off that. Unfortunately, it didn't go through, but I still think that was like, wow, what a way to do things. That would have been a big change for the food supply sector, the public procurement sector in Wales, to have that one element in. That's really good.
But before we go for our break now, can I just mention something about that? In your challenges table slide, you said something that I think will shock most people. You said that there's the lack of data on the supply chain in Wales. We've been doing this for 20 years now. Why is it that we don't have adequate data on who's out there in terms of, the supply chain? What's the reason for that, Rhys?
I think because we've never had that central point of thing. There's lots of maps. South of Wales was the deforestation.
No. This is if you want to pitch for public procurement, you've got to be on that list of South Wales. So.
South of Wales. South of Wales is the portal where everyone goes to find procurement information. There's interactive maps that Welsh Government's food team have done. There's a Mourne map. There's maps on maps on maps. Caerphilly did their own map. I suppose there's about 6 people on there. It's not driven from anywhere. People do these ideas and put a map and go, yeah, this is it. It's a snapshot in time, and then everyone goes, oh yeah, that map's still there. Oh, is it still there? Yeah, it's still there. How many people on it? Still 6. You know, it's not driven. It needs somebody to drive it. Yeah. Yeah, it needs somebody to drive that and the investment behind it. The food data, we've got a lot of that now because of the work Philly have done. There's massive. The guys in the contract management team have developed a Power BI sheet with it was phenomenal data in there. So you want to go in there now. You want to see which of the authorities purchasing the most beans. You can click on. You can go in. You can click on beans, and it'll show you in a table. It's phenomenal the work they're doing now.
Wonderful. When we've got a Good Food Nation Act in Wales,
That's
like we
right.
have in Scotland, maybe we'll get the data.
Yeah.
Can we show our appreciation?
Schools, to make sure that the level of cleaning is up to our required standards. I have a team of 24 staff, various disciplines. Obviously, you've got those staff supporting the operational side, admin, the cleaning auditor. We have our own designated training team of 4 members of staff who train all our internal staff, other departments in the authority, and we can offer external training. We've got our own dietetic support. I've been able to secure funding for 3 posts, so that 4 grant posts are funded from the UPFSM admin grant.
Next
Sorry.
Next slide, please.
So in terms of the rollout, we commenced in September 22. It was a phased approach, starting with our youngest learners. UPFSM was rolled out with 2 funding sources, both revenue and capital. The unit rate initially in revenue was £2.90. Following a unit rate review was increased to £3.20. We can't operate within that amount in RCT based on total cost. So we subsidise every UPFSM meal daily, which puts a lot of financial pressure on the council when we're trying to make cuts, millions of pounds worth of cuts. We've had increases in staffing costs, pay awards, NI changes, and obviously food prices are continually increasing, as well as energy. Capital funding, this is probably what I'm most passionate about. It only came with 2 years worth of funding, capital, which I still can't quite understand, because for any capital scheme, you would have funding prior, during, and possibly after as mop-up. So I would expect there to be at least 3 or 4 years worth of capital funding. RCT received just under 4.9 million in our 2-year allocation. We used that to buy kit, relocate kitchens within schools into bigger facilities. We did an extension, we did remodeling, refurbishments, a big combination of capital works, really difficult to deliver within 2 years because the nature of the works, a lot of them can only be done in the 6 weeks holidays. The funding was allocated on the basis, as I believe Welsh Government confirmed, pupil numbers and school numbers. So it didn't take into account things like the age of our kitchens, the size of them, the electrical load, the ability to extend. Some of our schools are Victorian. We don't have extra space to make those changes. But we did the best that we could with the money we had. But I did have to submit additional capital bids. So we submitted a bid in October 23 for 2.8 million, which we were awarded. A further bid went in June 24 for 3 million. We were awarded half of that, 1.5 million. And then I submitted a bid in February 25 of this year for 3.3 million that was rejected because I was told there was no more money left. But we did get 590,000 for kit. So we're now left with roughly a dozen capital schemes that are still outstanding. So it's making it very difficult to deliver UPSM in those schools. We still got dining centres, so we're having to transport food in from neighbouring schools, which is not ideal because it doesn't transport well. But at any time that any funding comes up from Welsh Government, then we'll most happily spend a few. Medically prescribed diets, so those children with maybe an allergy, an intolerance, or maybe more complex health needs such as celiac or type 1 diabetes. We got children in our special schools because we fresh cook in our special that need to be peg fed or texture modified. Before UPFSM rolled out, we were up to about 300 meals a day for medically prescribed. We're now at 650. So the number is increasing, the complexity is increasing, and then the cost, or even buying in things like gluten-free products, are much more expensive. We've had to establish our own dietetic support because it was very limited, the support we could get from the local health board. Thankfully, he's not here today, but not thankfully, but Gareth in WLGA, thankfully for me, he identified as an authority, we would have received Appetite for Life funding many years ago. So luckily for me, I did a bit of delving with my accountancy colleagues and I was able to get some funded reallocated back to me because it was in our RSG, and I was able to appoint a full-time dietitian. That within most probably weeks of her starting, if not months, it became apparent it was too much work for one person. So luckily at the time, we had a vacant post in our structure, which I could disestablish and create another dietetic post. So we now have 2 full-time dietitians working for us, doing an excellent job. They've gone on top of medically prescribed diets. They've rolled out our new primary menu. They're working on a secondary menu at the moment with Larder Cymru and various organisations. So, we're really getting on top of things there. The only area that we still got to address are reasonable adjustments. So I asked the dietitians this week, we estimate we most probably got 500 to 600 pupils in our special schools that need reasonable adjustments. So that's going to be a lot of time and effort meeting with those parents and carers and coming up with what they are and documenting them. So I've just managed to secure 18 months worth of funding in the council for a dietetic support officer that would purely support those special schools going forward. Yeah,
That's okay, just for our participants.
Like whole school approach. Wouldn't it be nice if we had that? That's what we're lacking in RCT quite a lot. We really need all school staff on board in terms of UPFSM and healthy eating. We have experienced quite a lot of issues with schools, like last year, trying to formalise like pre-ordering arrangements because it's people-led in RCT. We had a lot of schools that wouldn't pre-order. They kept telling me they're educators, they're not there to take meal orders. Some would only order the main meal and not the dessert. So we've been supporting them a lot. They can either use a manual system or within the authority, we've just replaced Sims with Bromcom, and that's got a digital pre-ordering system. So when the school teachers are taking the register, they can also take the meal requests, which would be brilliant because then we'd have all the central data as well going forward. For me, there's as well as all the staff in the school, there's some key staff that play a really important role, and I don't employ them. So they're the lunchtime supervisors and our pupil family engagement officers. I think they got such a key role interacting with the children around, especially the lunchtime supervisors, the nutrition, we'd have them trained in healthy eating, to know our menu. They know the children anyway, so they can be engaging with them. But what we find with schools, they have a delegated budget for lunchtime supervisors. They don't employ lunchtime supervisors, they just get staff to come in, so it doesn't really work. The family pupil engagement officers, then they have got a lot of contact with our EFSM families, and they're not taking up breakfast club, they're not taking up the UPFSM offer. So again, they're the people who can be having those conversations on a behalf and encouraging them, the children, well, all children as well, but specifically our EFSM pupils. I would love, teachers to be eating their lunch in the hall as well with the children and being that role model. We, obviously one of the areas of learning under the new curriculum is health and well-being. So I ask head teachers all the time, please use our primary menu as a learning resource. You know, a lot of time and effort has gone into it. We've done a nutritional analysis. Our dietitians can come in and talk to the children. No one's taken me up on our offer as yet. We're asking it every morning on the whiteboards, because all classrooms got whiteboards now. Our menu is on there, so children can be talking about it, you know, having discussions. And when they come back from lunch, you know, maybe there's a dojo system that the teacher can give out points if we tried something new today, or who ate a piece of carrot or whatever. And we also want to focus on unhealthy practices. So we know a lot of work needs to be done around packed lunches. Schools are very reluctant to challenge parents on that. You know, the role of the PTA, your school fetes, your school discos, where you go along and there's crisps, there's chocolate, there's sweet, there's pop. So we're trying to get them to look at it as a whole approach. And, you know, if we can achieve that going forward, I think, I'm sorry, hall size then, nearly all our halls, unless we built a new school, are too small in RCT. So what's happening, we're having more than one meal sitting. Most schools have 2 to 4. This lengthens the lunch hour quite dramatically. You also need to clean in between those sittings. There's a lot of extra work for that. They're feeding children so much earlier. Our reception and nursery children are normally fed about 11:20 in most schools. So when you imagine some of those 4 and 5-year-olds may have come in at breakfast club, they've had a breakfast, they have their mid-morning fruit snack, and then they're trying to be fed lunch. So no wonder there's a lot of plate waste. It's impacting on curriculum. So we're getting a lot of negative feedback from heads saying, you know, you need the hall from about 11. We're not getting it back off you till nearly 2 o'clock. So that, you know, we can't do PE, or we can't, you know, rehearse for pantomimes and things like that. So the structure of the school day really needs to be looked at. 1 hour for lunch is definitely not long enough anymore. And we also maybe we're redesigning our schools. Ideally, we need a designated lunch area as well as a hall. You know, it can be multi-use for lessons as well, but it all comes at a cost. So I can't see that happening much time soon. Procurement and supply chains. As UPFSM was rolling out, we were still experiencing the impact of Brexit and COVID, the war in Ukraine. As Risa said, we tied into local authority food contracts, so we got set suppliers. We get monthly increases with some products that obviously I can't control. I can't control who some of my suppliers are as well sometimes. So I'd love Ed to bid for our fruit and veg contract when it next comes up, because obviously we've got a different supplier who's not as proactive. We've had quite a lot of product substitutions at certain points, which is very challenging on our medically prescribed diet. We're getting encouraged to buy more local or Welsh products. It comes at a cost, and those products are not always available, or they can be sourced, but then when we see the price, we've got to reject it. But we are doing a lot of product development with a few suppliers around Welsh products. So we've been trialling the reduced sugar glyphosate yogurts. We've been working with Mario's, and they've produced a frozen yogurt for us, and they're looking at a different ice cream. And we've been trialling the Braces Harvest Time 50/50 bread. We already use 50/50, but we want them to move to a Welsh supplier. And then we have to manage expectations. So when UPFSM rolled out, we had a lot of children who we would deem to be fussy eaters. I don't know if we should call them that, but so they're not the medically prescribed. We were getting parents demanding that we fed them certain items, and we couldn't because there was no medical evidence. We had parents upset that we were focusing on the younger students first, and then obviously people who were in year 6 wouldn't benefit from that. So we want to manage that. Welsh Government's expectations around delivering in with set time periods and within the budgets we receive. And I think one of our issues in RCT now is when UPFSM was rolled out, it was very much a response to the cost of living crisis. And we're still getting parents now demanding a monetary alternative or food vouchers. They can provide their own lunches because they don't like our offer. And we are trying to redirect that to say, well, no, our offer is more about nutrition, about health eating, about targeting childhood obesity, plus decay, making children independent and educated around food choices so they take that with them as they grow up. They remain economically active. They don't become a burden on the NHS. They don't develop things like type 2 diabetes. So we're trying to use a lot of different messages back to parents, and it's not just about a free meal. It's much more than that. Next slide. So our EFSM pupils, obviously with the rollout of UPFSM, we have a lot of families who are eligible to apply that don't. So that's a loss of funding for the council, a loss of funding for the school. And it also, parents lose out because they can't access things like the school's essential grant. So we're continually trying to reiterate the importance of applying for EFSM. And that's again where those pupil family engagement officers come in to work with those families, say, well, is there a literacy issue? Is there a technology issue why you can't apply? I've asked the schools to have coffee mornings to invite them in. So we can, get those people back applying for EFSM. We've got a few new agendas that are causing a few issues. So we've got the net zero carbon. So when we're building new schools now, the grant conditions stipulate that they need to be net zero carbon. So I've had a few heated discussions with school designers where we're looking at the kitchens and I'm like, oh yes, I'd love 2 20 grid ovens, and like, you can't have that. It's like, but yeah, we need it. And they're like, if you can't have it because of the conditions. So we're already ending up with facilities that are not going to be 100% suitable for the delivery of UPFSM. Again, we're going to be lengthening the lunch hour because we haven't always got a kit exactly as we want it. We're doing a lot of work now with corporate states around those specs and what we will expect going forward when we design these new schools. We had the new waste regs come in, so there's a very big focus on waste minimisation. We do have a lot of plate waste. We really want the children to be eating what's on their plate. There's not the cost of extra collections. I need to bear that. So we're going to be doing a lot of work around waste minimisation going forward in conjunction with schools. And then one of our final biggest challenges at the moment is the Welsh Government Health Eating in Schools regs that obviously are currently under review. We normally introduce our new primary menus about every June or July. We delayed last year for a full year. One, because I wanted to make sure the dietetic support was in place. And if we were going to be looking at the new primary menu, I wanted to make sure it was compliant with existing food and drink standards and potentially the new ones that were going to come through. We had a very generous offer in RCT on a daily basis. We were offering a hot main meal, hot vegetarian, jacket potatoes with 3 fillings and rolls, wraps and sandwiches. So as you can imagine, there's a lot of food to be prepping every day. After much discussion, we looked at what other authorities were doing. We looked at the nutritional benefit of the rolls, wraps and sandwiches, and we made the difficult decision that we were going to remove cold options. That would have an impact on people like our bakery, who supplying bread, Peter's, who was supplying the ham. But we felt that was the right decision for RCT. So we took a bit of a double whammy. So with our new menu, we played the full offer. We already offer the 2 veg. We've moved to 50-50. We were already offering 50-50 bread, but we've changed our rice and our pasta. All our desserts are fruit-based. We still offer jacket potatoes, but we offer them with 4 fillings now. So it's still a generous offer, and we've made those changes. It's come at a cost because we have reduced our palm oil. So we've removed lots of products and used alternatives that are more expensive. We've introduced more Welsh products that came at a cost. We're working on our certificate compliance, working really closely with WLGA. Because we've always been compliant with food and drink standards, but we hadn't been doing our nutritional analysis. We've invested in new software called Nutmeg, and yeah, we've had thereabouts on we can't. We just need to make 2 little tweaks or something between weeks and we'll finally get our certificate. There was an impact on us making the changes, and in us RT was quite consistent anyway, because in March it was 66%. It dropped to 62% in April. In May, the month we made the changes, it went up to 64%. And then in June and July, it was 60 and 61%, which we would expect in that drop off, because we knew a lot of children would find it difficult to transition from a cold to a hot option. And we that were having a packed lunch. When UPFSM come out, they just had our packed lunch. So literally it was like Greg's in some schools making sandwiches every morning. So we knew there was going to be a lot of negativity, but we're working with that, and our rate is 59% in September, and obviously it's at 60% in October. So we are doing a lot of work with schools. We have offered every single school in RCT the opportunity of a taste testing session, which is at the cost of the authority. So they go in at the end of the day, our dietitians and members from our team and our mobile cooks, they cook up the whole menu. We invite in the pupils, parents, carers, aunties, uncles, whoever wants to come, teachers, governors, our governor support officers, because we want them to be pushing out the message as well. The children get a little passport with green, amber and red stickers, so they can trial, if they can identify what they like. We want the parents to be part of that discussion, because quite often a child will say, oh, I've tried salmon today and I really liked it, and the parent go, I don't like salmon. We're not having salmon in the house. And it's like, ooh. So the little good steps we make sometimes, we feel like we're taking 10 back, but again, it's getting those parents on board. Some schools have taken us up on the offer, not as many as we'd like, but they will all be having one at some point. We're engaging with our fruit and veg supplier, so under his social value contract, we're having him to go into schools and just promoting the fruit and veg on our menu. I said, I don't want you to bring in exotic fruits or exotic things, just focus on what we serve, so they can see, where it comes from and that they're eating it and the benefit of it. We are highly reliant on frozen veg in RCT. I'm going to put that out there now. We don't use any fresh veg other than salad items and our fruit. If somebody can source me locally organic frozen food, then that would be absolutely perfect. But the way our kitchens are structured, the way the hours work in the kitchen, we will be sticking with frozen veg at the moment. Next slide. Yes, please. Oh, this is one of the other things we did. We did a pictorial menu. So this was actually done by Year 7 pupils in Porth Community School. So it's a through school. So we asked pupils would they like to take part of a project. They went into the primary every day. There's a 2-week, there's a second slide as well. They went in every day for 2 weeks and took a picture of our menu, and our dietitians pulled that together. They're going to go back now and take pictures of our jacket potatoes as well. So there's many benefits of a visual. One, it gives our staff a standard of what their food should look like, because it does vary from school to school. It's perfect for our younger learners who obviously can't read the words sometimes when they're choosing their food. It's been beneficial for our ASD pupils. A lot of them are non-verbal. And we feel it just adds something different as well, so parents can see what our food will be looking like. But unfortunately, we shared that on social media. We get lots of negative comments. Lots of people are not happy with our new healthier looking menu. I don't know why. I think it looks great, but I think it was more the negativity is around us taking off the rolls, wraps and sandwiches. So they're not interested in this bit. They just want us to bring the rolls back from. And unfortunately, we got a lot of heads saying that to us as well. But again, we'll be working with it. That's our money. We're staying with it, and we won't be making any changes anytime soon, and until the new regs come in. And then finally, despite all those challenges, I think we need to celebrate some of our achievements in RCT. We did complete the rollout ahead of the timescales. We maximised any amount of grant funding that comes our way. We've established our own dietetic support. Again, it's come at the cost of the council, but I think it's essential to make sure we're feeding our pupils safely. We've launched our new primary menu. We've done a huge amount of support and advice guidance. We've done pupil-friendly flyers for pupils and parents. We've done some training for chair governors. We're updating our website. And like I say, we've had tremendous support from WLJ, you know, from the start, to be honest. We weren't doing things correctly at some point. So we work with them and making major improvements. We work with Size of Wales. They are currently reviewing our menu and they're going to be identifying our deforestation friendly meals because we have stripped out a lot of palm oil. We got the local health and dietetic, they come into our head teachers federation meeting next month for primary, as well as RISE presenting. They're going to be doing a joint presentation with our dietitians. I should say Welsh Veg in the school. So we worked with them for our food and fun that we did in the summer, and we'll be looking to engage them next year. So we are making some little improvements around using fresh veg, but the scale of RCT is not at the point that we can consider that on our main menu. And yeah, we are offering a free, nutritious, healthy meal to all pupils in RCT. And we do reiterate it's an offer in RCT. So we'd like you to take up our offer. If you don't, you will have to bring a packed lunch. And if you do need support on packed lunch, we've got a sustainable food officer in the council who's done a lot of work and have put on a website loads of organisations that can offer community food support to those parents if they choose to bring a packed lunch. So we're trying to support them as well, because we're still very conscious that it is, some people can't afford to provide a packed lunch. And that's it. So it's just some contact details there for myself or the team if anyone needs anything.
So that was brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Many thanks. You know, understand that the context of this. This is a municipality trying to serve good food in one of the poorest areas of Western Europe. You know, let's think about that for a moment. One of the very poorest, and not just in terms of income, but in terms of a culture of diet, of we think poor diet. And oftentimes we often say, you know, what is most unique about the South Wales Valleys isn't relatively high unemployment, because other northeast of England shares that. What's unique about the valleys in European terms is long-term limiting illness. That's the statistic that differentiates our own coalfield region more than any other index, you know. And I think we can all agree that the most important inequality in the world is the inequality around mortality and morbidity. Yeah, people die earlier than they should or live less healthy lives. So, and diet is right at the heart of this noxious cocktail of poverty and ill health. And you've done a fantastic job, Lisa. So hats off to you. So we've got some time now, 5 to 10 minutes for questions, please.
Thank you. This is very interesting. So from what I understood, the teachers and also the supervisors don't talk much about food with the children. Why? Wait, how do you explain it? What could we do to involve teachers and this lunchtime supervisors more?
So we are looking to source some funding in the council to provide training to lunchtime super. Like I said, I don't employ them in catering, they're employed by the school. Yeah. But we're working in conjunction, hopefully being able to offer them, you know, our dietitians can go in and educate them on just the principles of healthy eating and having those engaging conversations with the schools. I'm sure some schools or most schools should be covering health and well-being because it is an area of learning, but we want them to be using our menu. So they're actually discussing our menu on a daily basis. So it does happen, but I don't know to what extent and how consistent the messages go out in schools. You know, it depends on the head, it depends on maybe this class teacher. So yeah, it varies from school to school, but we are looking to source some funding. Because as you can imagine, with all those schools, there's a lot of lunchtime supervisors out there. Some of them only work an hour, so they just come in for the hour. They just want to do their bit and go. But really be adding so much more to that process.
Sarah?
Yeah, so one thing I wanted to mention is that, well, another thing that's unique about the values is the sense of community and the opportunities that that brings for lots of reasons. I just want a reflection, Lisa, that we can all take a lesson from, Lisa, in terms of applying funding and getting funding to further our cause, right? But I suppose I was just reflecting on some of the things that you said, and thanks for mentioning RISE, because RISE is a research study that's going on at the moment, and we're working with Rhondda, Cunningham, Blaen y Gwent, and across Wales and the UK actually, to understand three things, and that's provision, uptake and consumption of free school meals. So a lot of the challenges that you've mentioned and the unknowns, including about the role of the school staff and the canteen staff in supporting uptake and consumption, you know, the research is exploring that. And I was sort of reflecting on the role of community, for example, in supporting those things, because the canteen staff are usually employed from the community.
Yeah,
so they have connections with the children, and so, you know, and then the children are generally well connected in these communities as well. So I was reflecting on that, and that was really helpful. Really good to see some of the innovative work that you're doing, thinking about how you can incorporate the menu into the curriculum, and health and wellbeing is mandated in most, you know, it's part of a national curriculum in Wales. So, you know, it's really good to be able to push that. And then I was reflecting on the balance between, you know, encouraging children to eat their meals and trying food, which is really, really challenging, and how we need to balance that with, you know, not incentivizing food. So we know that, you know, when we think about overweight and obesity, for example, you know, there's a lot of research which shows that as adults, you know, people say how that's linked to them being told to eat all of their meal at the dinner table. So it's about how can we encourage and support school, you know, trialing and consumption of school food, but it has to be balanced with, you know, the nutritional needs and the, you know, of the children. And then finally, final point is that the point you made about, you know, the variety and our exposure to variety. And I was thinking about Ed's talk and how it's great that we're producing broccoli, for example, but we do need the children to actually consume it at the other end. So the role of the children, you know, in that agency, the role of the school staff, the role of the parents are they're critical. They're critical, and that's what the RISE study is addressing. Thank you. It's really interesting.
That's more a comment than a question. Yeah. Relax, Lisa. Please.
Yeah, so that was really interesting. It's so dense information. It was really good. I was wondering more about like, so you said about the passports engaging children in rating the menus and rating the items. How much do you think that feedback actually goes back into changing the menu? How has that affected?
Well, our dietitians lead on the taste testing session, so all the feedback we get is documented, and we did that when we changed our menu this time. Maybe not so much with pupils, but we engage a lot with the cooks. They are the eyes and ears of the children. You know, they give the comments back to the cooks quite a lot. So going forward, we will be taking on board. But to be honest, every single school you go to will be something different.
Yeah.
Some schools love a cooked dinner. So we always keep the cooked dinner. We began requests for pasta. We brought pasta on. Some schools absolutely dislike the pasta options. So it's from school to school and region. So it's very difficult. But we will take everything on board. But at the end of the day, we're never going to satisfy 13,500 pupils. So we're trying to put a menu out that ticks the boxes nutritionally, looks good, has a wide variety of choices. And we will take on board and try and make those tweaks, but obviously under the nutrition analysis, to make massive changes just creates another monster for itself. So we will take on board, and we did make some changes in September from when we rolled out in May. So we knew our vegetable curry wasn't very popular, and tuna pasta was on the same day, so we've introduced tomato pasta on that day as well. We knew salmon might not be popular for some children, so there's a different fish on a Friday as well as a vegetarian option. So we've tried to take on board that.
So just to follow up to that, so you said also about the like children order. How does that work with the ordering their food in the week? Is it like they order on a Monday and then they?
No, daily.
Daily.
Because we know they change their mind. They change their mind from 9:30 to 11:30, and that causes problems because we haven't got an abundance of other food to give them. You know, it's very much constrained now budgetary wise. So yeah.
Alex,
Thank you. Yeah, just a quick one. You mentioned plate waste a couple of times. Is that something you're measuring?
Not weighing. We did do a piece of work with RAP, and they come in to look at our carbon footprint of producing meals. And we did a project with them where we weighed plate waste for 2 weeks, but it didn't really give us any information. It was like, well, yeah, we know there's plate waste. we need to take it right back to the point to be asking children why they're not eating what's on their plate. So, you know, we monitor in terms of if schools ask for extra bins. You know, we've had most probably 9 schools since our new menu come out. We've had to bring in additional waste bins. So we monitor in that point of view, but in monitoring weight, or what do you mean, or?
Yeah, just
Yeah.
waiting. Like,
No. We most probably couldn't get our staff to do that in all our schools on a daily basis without them wanting extra hours.
Lisa, before you finish, can I sneak a very quick one in? If I remember correctly, you said the unit price for a meal was £3.20.
That's what we get back.
Yeah, that's what Welsh Government gives you.
Yeah.
But that's not the real price, the final price to you.
Yeah.
So the council is subsidising every meal.
Yeah.
And that's a big issue.
Oh yeah, massively. When we're asked to be making cuts in the council as well. So it's not a fully funded initiative, and we're funding the taste testing sessions and obviously all the decisions we're making about changing products. It's at our cost when we're making those at the
Do you have
moment.
any idea what would you say is the full cost?
I know it, but I don't.
Okay, okay.
We'd want to share it.
Okay, so it shall we say it's more than 320 then?
Oh
Yeah,
yes.
yeah, okay.
But on direct total cost, so when you look at my indirect
Yes.
cost, so when you think a lot of my indirect costs is things like dietetic support.
Indeed, no,
Most definitely, yes. So
the total cost.
as Welsh Government again,
The
we are fed back in the consultation, and if,
You're lucky Gemma's on.
yeah. We need additional funding for dietetic support.
But this seriously, folks, this is a really big issue. We've got a change of government probably coming in May. We want them to be committed to this policy so that the policy becomes a Senate policy rather than a policy of one particular government. And these issues of costing are going to loom large. So, but Lisa's been incredibly frank and open with us. And can we say appreciate in the usual way? Thank you, Lisa. You can relax now. And we go now from Rhondda and Taff to Monmouthshire, and Helen Cottle, one of our old friends in this space. Helen, over to you to give a briefer presentation of what's going on in Monmouthshire, and then we get Alex to respond as a respondent. Thank you, Helen.
Hi, everybody. As Kevin said, I'm Helen Cottle, the catering manager for Monmouthshire. Despite my best intentions, I've come and just myself. I'm not with slides today. So I'm just going to give you a snapshot of who I am, how I got here, and the lens of school meals in Monmouthshire. So I've always worked in food. It started during my master's in biological science. I got fascinated by the impact of an individual's food choice on global environmental health. It was a very academic, theoretical modelling time. So I came out of that wanting to do something practical. So I started working at a vegetarian kitchen at a city farm, and just really loved that position in society that I had to take locally grown vegetables, provide them to a demographic that really needed access to fresh food. From there, I just became more ambitious and inspired, and I moved to London, started working in a really visionary vegan restaurant at the time. Vegan food was really uncommon. So I learned a lot along the way. I went to Ottolenghi for some training, and it was while I was there that a head chef of another Ottolenghi restaurant in the group moved to a primary school kitchen. And so essentially they took the Ottolenghi restaurant model and started serving it to primary school children in Hackney. So a couple of years later, I was the first chef that Chefs and Schools placed into a school. From an Ottolenghi restaurant going into a primary school kitchen, a charity called Chefs and Schools was formed. So a question from the room about what's Ottolenghi in terms of it's become a concept in food really, but ultimately it's traced back to Yotam Ottolenghi and his business partners set up a Middle Eastern style deli And it's been replicated. There are others around the city. They're now in Waitrose. They've really expanded, but the focus is veg packed with flavour. Like, it was an amazing experience for me in terms of just the complete spectrum that you can have using vegetables at the centre of the meal, but in such the cooking style, the flavour that's laid into it, just really put vegetable cooking at the forefront of what I do. So it was just amazing for me to go and work in a school to deliver that quality of food, but it also came with like absolutely immense challenges of just completely changing the system. It was a baptism of fire for me coming to public sector. In terms of, I mean, one of our cooks in Monmouthshire actually terms it being mummified in red tape. So I'll come on to that. Essentially, I left London. I was a head chef and school food educator, and I landed in Monmouthshire in November 23. So Monmouthshire as an authority had already rolled out UPFSM to all primary school children. Monmouthshire completed it ahead of time by 1 year. So I don't know a huge amount about what was going on before I was there, but what I can tell is that Monmouthshire were incredibly organised, you know, in terms of they needed to scale up their operation, in terms of staff needed to be recruited, there were some kitchen renovations done. But I think because Monmouthshire were already on this journey, it wasn't such a huge change for them. The week that I started, the final school opened its kitchen. For a strange reason, a relatively new build school hadn't been built with a kitchen, so food had been transported. But by November 23, we're in 28 primary schools and not any secondary. So the scale of our operation is smaller than some of the other authorities that we've heard from. But I personally don't perceive there really were many challenges with the rollout, in terms of there was funding available, it was spent on upgrading equipment, extra staff were recruited. Yes, there was the burden, there were a lot of interviews, there's a lot of onboarding, but in terms of, you know, it put some pressure on workload, but it wasn't any more of a challenge than that. It wasn't doing something completely new. I don't think anything that really happened in that phase was particularly novel in Monmouthshire, but also I'll caveat that by saying I wasn't there at the time. So in terms of where we are now and what the challenges are, like I wouldn't say that the provision of the school meal is a challenge in Monmouthshire. So our focus now is all on consumption. So something that is I find very exciting. We're delivering a school chef educator training program in partnership with Chefs in Schools, because we see our school cooks and also the entire catering team as the food educators. Even, you know, a child doesn't recognize a vegetable and they say, "What's that?" And the response is, "It's broccoli." You know, in providing, it's as simple as that. So I just think it's really important that we train our catering staff to a level and empower them and build their confidence. One of the reasons why I don't have slides is because I was at a school yesterday where their head teacher, as a punishment for a child, the child was asked to wipe the dining hall tables. And the cook found that incredibly degrading and just completely undervaluing their role in the school. So she spent her half term making a visual display, her and the other 3 members of the kitchen team, with their photo, with their name, with a description of their role. So I was taking some time with them to put plans in place as to how we can raise their profile in the school and make sure that they are seen as an integral. So I'm really fortunate to have the support of Chefs in Schools to be able to deliver the 10-week training program. Cost comes up a lot in the discussion about UPFSM, but what I would say for us in Monmouthshire is we're managing our budget and we feel that we're able to deliver the meals within the cost that the money that we're receiving per meal from Welsh Government. And I think a big part of our success in that is because we cook from scratch and we have significantly reduced the amount of meat that we put into our recipes. So we take some meat out, we replace it with pulses, and that enables us to manage with the money that we're getting. So I wouldn't say cost is an issue for us. We've been working with Size of Wales. I know it's already been mentioned today, but Size of Wales really infiltrated, I suppose, into Monmouthshire school catering and have significantly influenced what we do. And I guess that has helped us, it's been a benefit, like I'm talking about the cost benefit to us of reducing meat in our recipes. We've currently got 4 meat-free days in our 15-day menu cycle. We run it for 3 weeks, and so 4 days are completely meat-free. It's interesting, I guess, when you go into the detail of it, because we are committed to buying only red tractor meat. So again, it's really important that we focus on the plant-based elements on our menu to be able to have the funds to buy a higher welfare product.
I'd like to ask a question.
Yeah, please jump in.
If there's someone doing economics or cost analysis or just some sort of basic economic evaluation of cost and fee, then I know you're using the ethical, buying more ethical meat, but yeah, that'd be really interesting. And the other thing I'm thinking is in terms of how you're encouraging consumption, that would be something that I'd be really interested in talking about.
No, not at all. It's a good link into the food education work that we do. So as well as empowering our catering teams, we've also been running a project known as Hello Void of the Food Stories, and it's giving children an opportunity to have sensory exploration of the food. They also combine it with storytelling, which I think is a really important element because it gives the children the language to describe their preferences, their likes and their dislikes. And it also, the storytelling sort of relaxes them and opens them up. They go on a journey over the 2 days that the project is delivered, and there's a classroom cooking session, so the children get to cook dishes from the school menu as a class, and it finishes up with a tasting. So at school finish time, parents, when they come to pick up the children, can taste the dish that the class have cooked together, and they go home with a meal kit and recipe card, so they can recreate what is being done in school to help bridge that gap. I mean, it isn't all rosy in terms of the picture is mixed. Some of our schools, one in particular is a complete outlier, and there aren't obvious stats on why that's our lowest uptake school, and it's much more of a behavioural issue. And so it's really interesting to hear from Public Wales earlier in the week about the concept being applied to the study of the UPFSM in terms of the behavioural science element to have a change of culture. And it's definitely something I'm up against as certainly in the there are now some pioneering cooks in Monmouthshire doing things differently with the food because they've had specialist training. They've been trained to be school chef educators. They're taking the vegetables that go into the tomato sauce out into the dining hall and showing the children what they're eating. So we're no longer hiding the veg. And Ed, when you were talking about the kale earlier, reminds me of one of my earlier jobs in the kitchen. I was a kale masseuse. It was the Visionary Vegan Cafe. Yeah, we used to, if you massage the kale really well, we're using Himalayan salt, lemon juice, put some ground almond on it. Delicious. Can also be made nut-free. So I think it's just really important to make sure that we develop those craft skills in the cooks, but we also give them the opportunity to be creative. Because I think going back to that concept of being mummified in red tape, it's a real challenge in Wales to be flexible because of the, you know, the nutritional analysis that we have. But we need to be able to pivot, because if we want to use more seasonal, locally grown products, if we want to cook food that children in a local school want to eat, we need to break free of this system where every school does the same. So we just need to be able to pivot. I'm going to leave you to ask me some questions.
Fabulous. Who's going to kick off? Alex, please.
Do you know what your percentage take up of meals is?
I do know, but it's not something that I would outwardly.
Just to be clear, following Alex's question, just to be clear, you know, we're talking about a service that's under siege. You know, many private sector companies got their eyes on Wales. They want to cherry pick our secondary schools and so on and so forth. So it's understandable that our catering teams are nervous and apprehensive about divulging some data. And the two pieces of data that is treated like should be in Fort Knox. Number one is, as we saw with Lisa, is the real cost, the full cost of delivering a meal. Number one. And the second piece of data that's treated as a state secret is the real levels of take-up. You know, sometimes you can have an average figure. As you said, you showed an average figure for RCT, but we know within that average, excuse me, it combines two enormous variations. And normally, you know, the paradox here is that oftentimes we find that the lowest take-up is in the areas of highest need. You know, there's a paradox there where you think poverty is highest, some people would assume take-up would be high. But it's the inverse, it's the opposite of that. And this is a real challenge for us on the RISE project that Sarah is leading. But those two pieces of data, I didn't want to embarrass Lisa or Helen about this. It's generally the case. It's hard to divulge those two pieces of data. Just for us all to know and understand that. Sorry, Helen.
No, but thank you for clarifying on that point. And I also feel that uptake isn't the full picture. You know, it really is about consumption. You know, uptake could be really high, but it could be that 90% of the children that are having a meal are just eating the inside of a jacket potato and not anything else. So I think I'm trying to move away from reporting only on uptake because it misses out so many of the nuances of the data. Any
other questions, folks, please?
I'm curious about the meat-free days. Like, how is uptake with that in terms of was there much backlash to having no meat in the food by the children or by the parents or anyone else?
So it was before my time that they were initially introduced. So it's difficult for me to comment on the pushback. But I think it's about having a meal choice that is accessible. So it's not, the meat isn't missed as such. And I think it's become normalised to an extent through the work of Sides of Wales. They've really raised the profile and done a lot of education within schools. They've also been doing cooking sessions. I know one of our primary schools recently did a whole school cook along of the now going to COP30 deforestation dish of the chickpea korma. So I think that's helped to it's helped for the children to realise the importance. I think messaging we're hearing from the young people is how important sustainability to them is much more of a hook than health. I know we were talking about this a few weeks ago. So supplement the school food with that education piece about the impact of that meal choice on global environmental health. It helps the young people to accept it.
Ed,
There's no other comment to share, but you mentioned the elections next May, and it was brought up here about contract labourers. We knocked over, came down to the depot on Monday, and with a bit of an entourage of thank memory. And we've kind of laid it on thick to him. I had some of the slides earlier, that to make this happen positive in the supply chain, you've got to be supporting the local authority caterers, because if contract caterers do come in en masse in Wales, we will achieve our objectives, and certainly there'll be repercussions on the children as well. And it was a struck a chord with him, because he's from Ynysmôn and they've got contract caterers in there. Who knows what they're really thinking, but it seems to strike a chord, and let's just, I don't know, let's see what happens in May. But I'm hoping if everybody keeps drumming that message through to them from their own angle, support the local authority caterers, whether you're obviously caterers or people like us, WLGA, then hopefully the landscape will remain the same, and even perhaps there might be a few more quick chucked in the box for you as well.
yeah,
I hope. Anyway.
yeah, let's hope so.
Yeah.
Question?
It was more just off the back of the point of the meat-free days. Obviously I came to visit one of your schools, and what I found really interesting when we were doing the tasters is that they were tasting both the meat alternative and then the meat-free alternative, instead of just saying, sort of, I suppose, marking that child as being a vegetarian. So you're going to try the vegetarian option and you're going to try the meat-free option, the meat option. They were putting that side by side as a taster, because I felt like the child, as a meat eater, would only have tasted that in the taster, but they were being presented it as one. So I think it bridges that gap and allows them to try the alternatives, which then potentially would have had a difference on the uptake, because they're not looking at the perception that a meal has to include that meat. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, and I think it's good to talk about those sessions, because it was really a pilot phase, and that concept is something that we're rolling out on a larger scale, because it's difficult to do tastings outside of the lunch service. So we're enabling our catering staff to do them working in partnership with the school, and they're bringing in a class a little bit early for lunch, and they're all given a taster.
Of both options, though, it's interesting that it's not just that one that they're going to be used to. It was allowing them to taste both sides of it, and I tasted it and it was fabulous. But then they also the other one, which you will get excited when I say the words cheesy leeks, which was developed on St David's Day, but then has become an actual part of the menu now. But the story that was then told about the leek and about it being St David's Day, and then the kids got really, really super excited when that is now a part of their meal, going back to that sort of storytelling, I suppose.
Yeah, absolutely, and it takes time as well. You need to stick with it and reinforce the messaging. But yeah, if you can relate it and give an explanation as to why you're doing things in a way that makes sense for the children, it helps get them on board.
I just remember the enthusiasm of those boys during the group of like year 6 boys, and they were so excited that cheesy leeks were there, and they were like, tried it, it's amazing. And it was like a domino effect. As soon as one table had it, was like, oh, try it. It was
the power of the influencer.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's the biggest voice in the room.
Question from Mara.
Thank you very much. I really enjoyed the presentation. Thinking about what Lisa was saying before, that there is an issue of difficulties in engaging actually the teacher to try the school meals. And we know from other experiences, for example, in Italy, but also in other Southern European countries, the teachers actually sit at the table with the children and they communicate something about the food as well. Have you tried to have the teacher do some tasting of your food, or try to engage them in, sharing the meal with the kids?
It's a really important point. Thank you for raising it, because that was a big part of the success or the continued success of the Chefs in Schools model. It relies on the adult supervision and support, because the child alone, Lisa, I love the visual menu, really great. And you're talking about the pushback you got on social media, because when you present plates that look like that for children that are not, they don't relate to that as edible, you need adult supervision to enable the child to have the confidence to eat it. So a big missing part of the puzzle for us too in modelling, and relating back to my school visit yesterday, myself and the cook spoke to the head about it, and absolutely not really was the answer, in that he, speaking on behalf of the adults in the school, basically said nobody would want to do that. Instead, I didn't want essentially we'd arranged to meet with the school leadership, but they had been unavailable. So I went to the catering team anyway, and I said, don't let that throw cold water on your plans. You're the light here, you do it. I appreciate how challenging their job is, because I had it myself for many years, but there is time. They're a team of 4. Even if they just sit down, each of them, one child each day, then modeling that good behavior. And so the hope is that that will translate. And also with the food, the way they're cooking it is changing, the way it looks. And so I think it will become more appetizing for the adults to eat it. So hopefully we can get the intergenerational roundtable that we need.
Sarah?
So we know from some of the early research, there's really good practice within schools in terms of encouraging. In some schools, teachers do sit with children. And for example, in a school where I was a governor until very recently, the teachers saw that as their time to have a break, so they wouldn't sit with the children. So there's variable practices, the point that I'm trying to make. But I think, and for some people in the room, I'm not sure if everybody's aware, but people probably are, that the catering team is completely separate to the school. So what you've just been talking about, they're working with the catering team. But I think what you've really nicely highlighted is that the significant role that the senior leadership team can play in influencing this and the school environment, the school system, the school culture around the behaviour. So for me, 2 things that are coming out today in terms of what actually happens in the school setting is the role of the staff, the role of the children and their friends. You just mentioned influencers. So we know in public health there are other initiatives such as stop smoking cessation programs that influencers have a massive role in determining whether their peers smoke or not. So I would, 2 key sort of social influences here that we're thinking about that can have a really big impact on consumption.
Please.
No, not a question. Just a comment and linking in what you said about lunchtime and things like that, and previous meetings we've had, and the Senate group had it last time when we spoke about to the Education Minister about that rural school approach and having that and driving that. And there's an opportunity at the moment with the curriculum in Wales being changed and having that flexibility to do different things. But it's getting that across the schools and driving that, because I don't think they value the role that food can have on the children. I don't think they can use it as much as they could. You hear schools cutting lunchtime 30 minutes and 45 minutes. That's not enough time. If you want to do these things, they've got to go longer. They can bring it shorter and do things like that. It's the old cattle market thing, getting them in, feeding them off. There was a school built in Caerphilly when I was there, which didn't have enough seats to sit the amount of people that were in the school. And it's like, really, why that shouldn't be happening? You shouldn't be doing these things. You've got to use the food to drive that education as well. And I think that's the whole thing of bringing that uptake with all of the teachers and the kids and the educators.
At that point, can we invite Alex, who's going to be summarising everything Alex, don't show a big hand, but make for Helen.
Glenda, I will do my best, Kevin. I think people have been kind of summarising as we go. I'm Alex Cook. I'm Food Systems Development Manager for Marlborough County Council, lead on strategy development and projects. I know Ed has named up me a bit in the start around the farm stuff and some of the menu development work, but I find it quite striking the difference between Lisa's presentation with the challenges, and I'll be open and honest, is the amount of challenge that you face can be quite demoralising for us that work in the sector. I know we went to Helen with this, you know, this light, as you said. And I think a lot of the sector is probably somewhere in the middle. But I would, I suppose I would like to say that there's so much activity in Wales, and we are very lucky compared to other parts of the UK. I really don't have much in response, if I'm honest, Kevin, but I will take the opportunity to talk about our approach in Carmarthenshire, if that's okay.
Please.
So our approach has been top down and bottom up at the same time, trying to tackle demand and supply at the same time. So we've set targets within our food strategy around food literacy for children in all of our educational settings, which involves practical growing and cooking skills. We've set a target on the percentage of food that we buy and serve with sustainability accreditation. And we've started then a project where we've redesigned the menu. We are educating and training teachers with food discovery through Keg and the Bobble in these schools. And then we've also set up a farm where we're growing the food specifically for the school. Again, sounds lovely and rosy, huge challenges. We're only in kind of proof of concept stage. We just had challenges this week. We only have 4 meat-free days. We only have 1 meat-free day per week under the new menu. But in one of the urban settings with the schools, we've had challenges this week, complaints from councillors, complaints from parents about the lack of meat on the menu. And even when the meat is on the menu, we've done the same thing as you have, Helen, reduced it, substituted in UK pulses and legumes and things like that. So drop the meat content, expensive meat content by about 30%. It was really interesting for me to hear that feedback from the urban school rather than the rural school, which is much more your, heart of Carmarthenshire farming communities. And we've tried to do those parent engagements as well. Alongside the projects, we've got all the monitoring and data. So we're just monitoring the uptake, but also measuring the plate waste. So we can see the difference between the menu we served last spring term, we started monitoring, but we'll be able to see when the new menu goes into spring, what the difference is in plate waste, what the difference is in uptake, how many of parents are buying in. So we're doing a bit of that. It's an innovative model. It's the first in the UK to use public land as a public plate with direct employees. That again has its challenges, trying to produce enough food on a farm through horticulture, through organic horticulture, and break even. So we're proving the concept with 3 schools. 2 of the schools are next door to each other and served by the same kitchen. So we've got a Welsh language school and an English primary school, very different socio-demographics. But just to build on what other people have said today, the difference between those schools that are next door on Wednesday when a roast dinner is served, 80% uptake, plus in the Welsh language, 50 to 60% uptake in the English language school. So you amplify that across 93 primary schools in Carmarthenshire, quite a varied, it's a big county geographically. You've got a lot of small rural schools. And what's really important, what Helen said as well is, and about the challenges that Lisa said, is giving school kitchens and catering staff the flexibility to be able to design and deliver their own menus and order from the frameworks, from the suppliers, all that they're doing, is going to be key to hitting what we want is maximum take up. You're never going to get 100%, but you want as much as possible. I think a lot of what we skirt around is being honest and open about the impacts of the current system. We can talk about the percentage uptakes, we can talk about how many meals we serve, how much it costs, the cost difference, but unless we're very clear and the catering teams and policy teams within local authorities recognise that the impact of the current system, the negative, often negative impact of the current system, food we're buying, then there'll be no incentive to change. The only incentive to change has been through government regulation towards UPFSM. We're doing our estimations on the increase in cost. Even with on-farm, having our own employees, that is a cost. We've got a training cost for the schools, but purely on the ingredients, it's around 4 to 6%. So with a new, more sustainable menu, we're going to see a 4% increase on costs. CBC look at it being like, no, we can't do another 4 to 6%. But then Helen's saying, well, maybe we can absorb another 4 to 6% if it's things. So that's one of our challenges, and also our challenges is scaling up a new menu in line with the supply. So we can support the schools with the demand, we can support the schools with the food literacy and the food discovery for kids. But the demand, the supply side needs to grow at the same time. I think what you gingerly touched on earlier, Ed, was you permitted to your growers or estimated 60 tonnes, but you're somewhere between 20 and 30 tonnes. So that leaves 30 tonnes of produce that local authorities are potentially informally committed to, but not then delivered on what they said they'd buy. And I think that has to change contractually. We're taking that risk now as a local authority because we're employing the staff. So if that money doesn't come back to the farm, then we're going to lose staff. So yeah, you're going to do a much better job than that.
No, thank you. So just before we break for lunch, folks, I just wanted to remind everybody, you know, what a unique opportunity we've had this morning. One of the things that Sarah's project RISE is going to do is to create what we call a community of practice, where, you know, professionals, caterers, procurement people come together to share knowledge, you know, on a semi-confidential basis, because, you know, let's be frank, it's difficult to talk openly about the figures because people feel threatened, as I said earlier. But to share knowledge about how to reduce costs at a time when menu are becoming more challenging is one of the great challenges facing us all. I remember when I was engaging with the Swedes in Malmo, you know, two of the things that impressed me most, they decided that they would go organic in a cost neutral way, which I thought was impossible, but they nearly got there. And they got there by doing two things: radically redesigning the menu, so reducing meat, and secondly, radically reducing waste. And the cost savings from those two things, but apart from bringing the carbon footprint down, was channeled to paying this slight premium on organic produce. So, and the other thing that they did, they got money from the from the regional government, and 100% of the money went to chef training, upskilling each catering team so that they had the skills to be able to make autonomous decisions. I hope and believe that we can bring good professionals together like we have today. For example, Lisa and Helen talking openly about the catering challenges, for example, Ed talking about the supply chain, Reese talking about the procurement challenges, where we begin to share information and we begin to spread good practice. And this is what we are hoping to do with a new community of practice as a result of the RISE project. So I don't know whether anyone's got any comment or question. Thank you, Ed.
Sorry, I can
Ed, please.
Yeah, well, one thing we are looking at to kind of reduce that gap between organic and conventional. We're not entirely sure how it's going to look yet, but measuring the carbon credits and biodiversity credits which are on the farm and trying to monetize those so they can be sold to other people in the supply chain to offset some of the costs. Now, whether that's a pipe dream, I'm not too sure, because companies like ourselves, through procurement and many other things, you know, we're asked to reduce our scope 3, which is what's happening in our supply chain. Well, if we can demonstrate through our supply chain, and buy those credits off the farms, but likewise, public service boards and local authorities as well. I've had some kind of conversation with the team in the NHS, and because there's nothing certain, you know, they're not entirely sure. But there's more than one way, as opposed to just passing it on a direct cost on an invoice. And just conservatively, we're thinking if local authorities had just could give us a grant or give the farmers a grant or whatever, it's not a massive amount at this moment in time. So it comes out to another pot and it doesn't affect the invoice price going into schools, which, as we know, is going to be can be prohibitive. So we are working on, we're trying to think outside the box the best we can, but we're kind of learning as we're going on.
Well, I also would want to ask a question to, you know, everybody. One of the key issues here, as Ed was saying, and also the other speakers, is, you know, how to improve the quality and the sustainability of meals at the time in which the financial situation is really complicated, and it's difficult to foresee, you know, more resources actually coming into the sector. And I think there is any thinking or experimentation with, you know, kind of food innovation. So reducing meat on the menu can be, you know, a strategy that comes with difficulties sometimes in, you know, in terms of acceptance by the children and the parents. But what about alternative proteins, or, you know, these kind of plant-based products? Is there any project for introducing them, experimenting with them? That would be a way of using more plant-based products, but also trying to appeal to, you know, children that are more familiar with other kind of food.
Well, can I say, when the Malmo catering team first introduced their plant-rich menus, they had terrific pushback from parents and from local politicians who accused the catering team of feeding their children protein-free food. And suddenly the caterers realised there was a lot of ignorance out there among parents and politicians, as we know. That's the case everywhere, isn't it? And therefore they invited these parents and politicians in to have plant-based meals and to talk about protein and plant-based protein. So it was, you know, it's not all light in Malmo. They worked hard at engaging the communities that Lisa had mentioned, you know, all the different communities, none of which you control, Lisa. That's the challenge, isn't it? You know, teachers, governors, parents, all these people are outside your control, but somehow they managed to engage them, to convince them that, look, it is a triple dividend to all catering teams by introducing these menus. The menus are cheaper, they're healthier, and they're more climate friendly. You know, what's not to like about that? But the message needs to be engaged. You need to win hearts and minds to convert new sustainable menus, Mara.
No, just asking whether there is any interest for experimenting with this. We know that there are challenges. Alex, yeah?
Yeah, definite interest. We had a study done on a new food innovation centre for Carmarthenshire. And now we're moving forward with innovative plans for the farm. And we're looking at algae. Algae as a carbon sequestration that could then be used for food supply chain. But it's very early days.
That's interesting. Yeah.
On top of the farm.
Yeah.
So are there any comments or questions for any of the speakers? Hannah? Louise, would you mind?
Please come here, so also our participant online.
No pressure, Louise.
Also, our participants online can see, and Anna, can I ask you to manage the questions online? Because
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I've lots of great things happening across food partnerships and local authorities all across Wales, really. But in the Vale, we've been participating in the Welsh Veg in Schools scheme that's been mentioned quite a few times now for a number of years. And one of the issues that is a real challenge with the scheme is that engagement with pupils and making sure that they understand why that's important, that they're getting veg, from local producers. They're, it's produced down the road, it's to organic certification, it's amazing, but they're quite often none the wiser. They're just eating their school meals as normal. So we've been getting a bit, we got some funding to do some engagement. So getting the growers, they're growing the food to come into the schools to then talk to their kids, do some food growing activities with them, building in, linking to the menu, linking to some of the resources that have been produced from some research that Hannah's been doing as well. And really kind of trying to take that whole school approach as well. And that's really been building on some of the kind of, I suppose, the benefits that we've had in the Vale, because that we've had really good involvement from our local catering team and really good uptake with local growers as well. We've had 3 or 4 local growers interested, not all of which were able to kind of complete the scheme this year due to the absolute drought we had over the summer, but are all still really engaged and really want to be connected with their local communities. And what better way to do that than through the schools themselves that they're providing into. So we haven't started the scheme yet. It's kind of kicking off in the next couple of months, but yeah, it'll be something that we'd really like to share more widely, because I think that connection with the people who are growing the food themselves and the children who are eating them is such a thing that we can kind of build on in Wales.
Any questions for Louise? Anna? Oh, please, can you read it out, Anna?
Yes, please.
But if there's any questions, you can talk, it's unrelated.
Okay.
I've got a comment about the Welsh Veg in Schools scheme, just to say that the children who've been trying the broccoli, the cauliflower, the purple sprouting broccoli, the feedback's been great. They really prefer. Also we did an offshoot of the Welsh Veg in Schools. We piloted the supply of local apples, which an amazing, huge hit. So a lot of learning for next year, but just to comment, really, the feedback from the children, they have been really, they can tell the difference between the frozen particularly and the fresh local organic.
Okay, Anna, you said we have a question online?
It's the response from Louise Gillam, and I think in response to your question, Mara. So in Torvine, they've swapped all our beef mince recipes over to 60-40 beef and corn mince, significantly lowering the saturated fat and increasing by lowering carbon emissions. But this will have to reverse if the current suggestions on the new regs go through, because corn mince, pea mince and other farm-related minces appear to have been demonised and will be restricted.
Okay, thank you. Hey, is there any other questions or comments? Well, if we, if there are not, we can end the morning session. Lunch is being delivered at the moment in committee room 1. And we're going to stop the Teams meeting. We have a break for about an hour, and we'll reconvene in the afternoon with some insights about what's going on the other side of the pond, on the other side of the channel, some experience from school meals in other European countries. And Christine and Eloise will tell us something specific about France as well. Thank you very much. You are.
Croeso yn ôl, founder, welcome back everybody, good afternoon, Hannah dwi'n gweithio yn y Prifysgol, dwi'n darlithydd Da iaith, ond dwi'n moyn swydd newydd achos dwi'n allai ddim yn dweud daearyddiaeth. So I am. So welcome back, everybody. I'm Hannah. I work in the university as a lecturer in geography, but I would like to change my job because saying geography in Welsh is too difficult. So I'm going to change my subject. So this afternoon we're switching focus to some experiences from other countries, so moving out of Wales, and we've got some lovely guests with us for the afternoon who've obviously been sitting in and joining in already as well, and they're now going to talk a little bit about their experiences from France, and Mara's going to contribute some insights from Italy as well. Yeah. So we're going to start with Christine. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for having me here today. So I'm Christine Tichit. I am a demographer and sociologist, research fellow in Paris. I am working at INRAE, which is a French institution, the National Institute for Agronomic and Environmental Research. Sorry for my English speaking. But, well, I am mainly working on eating socialization during childhood. And my work deals me to work on school meal, but it's not my main work, but it's part of my work. So today we are coming with Elodie, which is a PhD student working with me. And she is really working, her PhD is really on this school meal topic. So I can add that I have coordinated for 5 years a research program in France, which was Cantine Égalité, Equalities and Canteen, and which was the main aim was to mutualize research in France and in Europe and elsewhere on school meal, because I realized that few people were really working on this topic, but have visiting this topic in their research on food or on school or on environmental questions. So we decided to put together all these pieces of different work. That was the continuality project. And from this project deal led us to work together with Mara and other colleagues in Europe, and today we are going to present the main points of an article that we will be soon published in a special issue of the Journal of Anthropology of Food on school canteens. We who come from this continuity research program. It's okay, you can follow me with my English? Yes? Okay. So this article, we are going to present the main trends of the paper, provides a social historical comparison of the construction of school meals system in Europe, tracing their major trends from the 50s to the present day, and based on the geopolitical events that have reshaped the face of Europe, starting from a common objective at the end of the Second World War. Yes, I will come, yeah, no problem, moment. Namely food security with increase in calorie intake. 4 models of public interventions emerged in Europe. First, the absence of national school meal system in most of the countries with a short school day, like Norway, Germany. Second, a system based on the welfare state principle, like in Sweden, France, and also United Kingdom. Third, nationalist identity-based regimes like Portugal and Italy until the 50s. And fourth, the communist regimes using the school canteen to reform socioeconomic behavior by systematizing female labor, like in Hungary, but other Eastern countries until the 90s. So since the 50s, these different models evolved with the neoliberal turnaround in the 80s, most evident in the UK. Then in the 90s, significant changes in school canteens in the east of Europe happened with the rise of the structural changes in the post-socialist economies in terms of organizational and operational forms, sociocultural context. And in the west of Europe, changes come with the emergence of obesity and diet-related diseases concern. And in the last few decades, environmental concerns and the return of food insecurity have affected schools meals policies in post-COVID years. So the article will compare 5 European countries that reflect this diversity of these models, such as France, Italy, Hungary, Portugal, and United Kingdom. So today we will present in detail 2 countries, France and Italy. UK you already know, and we work on it this morning with Wales model. So we can say that Europe is the world region with the greatest coverage of school meal programs. I already say that. So in order to objectify the differences between the 5 countries I told you, with improvements. Yeah. We show you a tables with a common look on the length of the school day in the 5 countries compared and the statistics of school canteen in each country. So you can have a look here on this table while I speak. Firstly, we can see that the criterion of the length of the school day distinguished between northern countries, which are characterized by a full day, at least 6 hours, such as France or United Kingdom, where a midday break and the catering service are required because of the length of the school day, whereas it is less justified in countries with a half-day school system, where children go home to eat around 1 p.m. just after school, like in Italy, in our comparison here, but also in Denmark, in Germany, or in Spain, in other countries. So school meals is a question for us when we have a long day, school day, and less for the other countries. Another distinguished factor is the scale at which school meal policy is decided, which may be national, regional, or local, depending on the country too. The table shows that from a structural point of view, Italy stands out most from the 4 other countries compared with shorter school days and school catering governed at regional rather than national level. But we have seen this morning that in Wales, it's also local decisions who prevail. The specificity is reflected in school catering demographics that are both very uneven across Italy and significantly lower than in the 4 other countries studied, where more than half of pupils have access to school canteens in primary school with de facto more intense budgetary constraints. Canteen attendance rates reach up to 80% in France, with 93% of school having a canteen, a refectory, a room to eat, as in rate other European countries such as Sweden. However, the United Kingdom also stands out for having a less standardized model than Hungary, France, and Portugal, where the catering offer remains very homogeneous nationally and faces little, if any, competition from alternative offers like vending machine, cafeterias, or how do you say, lunch pack?
Yeah.
Yes, or lunch box to come from home. And it's a last point for the comparison. We can have in mind that it's easier to provide fruits, for example, and vegetables, food in Italy, Portugal, south of France, than here, for example, and then Nordic countries. And it's because it's now naturally growing around and the season is longer. So local vegetable food all the year is more possible here than there. So this is also a difference between our different countries. Okay, now we're going to focus on the French case. To summarize the French school canteen model, we can just say that it's egalitarian, standardized, national, and very structured. I'm going to show how. And school canteen attendance, I must say that school canteen attendance is massive, but socially structured, with higher attendance among the middle class than among the working class pupils. The very beginnings of the public school canteens in France date back to the 19th century, not only in France, but also in UK and all these, most of these European countries. But in the French case, there is 4 turning points in the French school meal policy. The first, oh yes, you can see these numbers, figures, to 24,000 school canteens in France. It's a lot. Billions of meals per year and 6 million of pupils from kindergarten to high school who are attending a school meal. So there is 4 turning points. One in the 50s, an hygienist turning point, more technical in the 70s, a nutritional one in the 2000s, not only in France but also in Europe, and the sustainability one later in the 2000s. So I'm going to come back rapidly on the 4. The French hygienist movement is behind several ministerial circulars promoting hygienic and rational food at school. A specific room dedicated to the school meal is compulsory in new schools since the 30s in France and became widespread during the reconstruction phase after the Second World War, where 93% of French schools have a refectory now. The rational food movement highlights typical school intake, such as daily glass of milk in the 50s, 1954 precisely, while banishing other type of food, for example, wine at school, which was still on the table till the 50s. The school meal replaces the meal that the children used to bring from home, and the family chooses whether the child eats at school or at home, but the school menu becomes exclusive with no alternative on the school site. And this is typical French, I think, in the comparison. A second turning point is the technical one in the 70s. It comes next in the material organization of school meal. Until the 60s, the dinner lady was the major figure of school meal in France, in charge of shopping, cooking, maintaining the refectory, providing home cooking. But from the 70s, catering industry, progressively replaced the ladies, and based on the system of public central kitchen, preparing dishes in large quantities at the city scale for thousands of pupils daily delivered with a cold or hot distribution system to satellite kitchens. It deals to the standardization of the menus at national scales with 3 main or 4, sometimes 4 courses based on dishes more elaborate and cooked in sauce that reheats well and requires technical skills, evoking the world of gastronomy with a new staff of trained male workers, while ladies were then reduced to reheating and serving the meal in satellite kitchens. more than this gender gap, it deals to the separation of the cooking and the eating area in school. Another turning point is the nutritional turning point in the 2000s, like in UK, Portugal, and Italy. There is a national nutrition and health program in 2001, 2006, 2012 in response to obesity concerns with new guidelines on the nutritional composition and the quantity served. There was exclusion of the traditional school distribution of milk and snacks and breakfast at school from the 2000s, and banned the vending machines at school from the 2001. The menu was still 3 courses, but with the main course with meat or fish, plus starchy and vegetable-based side, plus dairy products, plus water, only water, no milk, no wine, of course, plus bread, limiting salt, sugar, and sauce. Here you can see a typical menu that we have with the picture that from January 2005, and we can see here a private shop with you on Auvergnat menu, which is beef, and now vegetarian steak option is typically since the 2020 is systematic in France, but and cabbage gratin without cheese, just cabbage. You can see on the photo, and typical Auvergnat cheese, fromage d'Auvergne, which is Saint-Nectaire, and fruit with a choice of pear, apple, or orange. Okay, the figure with this turning point, the figure of the qualified dietitians appears as a guarantor of compliance with the new standards and for the balanced diet of the menu, changing the ways of working for staff. A perverse effect is the capture of this changement, is the capture of public contracts by large private catering companies offering turnkey school meals adapted to the new requirements. They now control 40% of the school catering market, while till the 2000, it was mostly public central kitchen who were cooking for the kids. Okay, the last turning point is the sustainability turning point in the late 2010 with the Egalim law in France. Maybe you will talk about it, Ludino. Yeah, perfect. And in response to the challenge of ecological transition, the laws introduce vegetarian and seasonal menus, quotas for organic products, reduction of food waste, and the use of plastic, as we talked this morning. And there was also the halal demand controversy during this period. The protein diversification coming with the introduction of vegetarian alternative also solved this problem. Until the 2000s, pork-free menus could be served in school to answer to religious requirements. But as the halal food market became structured in France in the 2000s, the rise of polemics around halal demand contributes to weak the canteen attendance among some migrant families, reinforcing the social inequalities in access to the school meal. Offering halal or kosher school meals in the French context runs against the ethos of the French Republican secularism, which prioritizes the common spirit of the nation over particularism. And vegetarian option is also an official way to answer to this problem. Well, just to finish, inequalities and crises that have arisen since COVID epidemic have reopened the initial historic question of food insecurity in France and in other European countries. So,
perfect. Okay, I'll take it from here. Incredible. Okay, sorry, I'll taking from where Christine just ended. We thought about putting together some research that we've been carried out for a number of years in different countries. First of all, we think that this is really an important moment in time. I don't know if you've seen that 2025 has become the first year in which children obesity is actually overtaking children malnutrition. And many countries, especially poor countries, they actually have the double whammy. So they still have a high number of hunger and malnutrition, but they have a considerable size of children obesity. Now, the UK is one of those countries, not a poor country, but it's a country in which children obesity is actually growing. And France seems to be, at least in Europe, one of the more virtuous countries. Italy is getting worse, but for a long time it's been a kind of virtuous country, relying on, the kind of some good principles of food. And school meals have been instrumental in maintaining certain principles of good nutrition. Now, I've done research on school meals, for a long time. With Kevin, we started 20 years ago comparing and looking example of best practices in the UK and in Italy and in other countries. What I'm going to say in the last 10 minutes, and then you will have to read the articles that we are putting together if you want to have more details, not only about, not only about France and Italy, but also Portugal, Hungary, and obviously the UK. You'll have the opportunity to do that. Now, very briefly, I think there is a point that needs to be highlighted. School food in Italy is part of education. It's under the Minister of Education. It's considered at the same level as history, geography, Italian language, or mathematics. So it's under that kind of department, which has a huge implications in terms of how the school meals are actually organized and funded. And this is, I think, is a big difference between Italy and many other countries. Then, since the 70s, Italy has a regional structure, and education is being devolved to the regional government. So school meals are actually funded and organized by the regional government. And then there is another level, the local government, the single municipalities are actually in charge of delivering, locally the school meals. All these aspects have big influence in terms of how the school meals are organized, how the menus are designed, how the sourcing is done. So, for example, given that the regional government is in charge of the delivery, there is a strong emphasis on creating kind of a virtuous cycles between the supply chain, the procurement, and the actual delivery. And the only national level regard the school meals are the nutritional guidelines that in the 90s, they identified specific nutritional needs for every age group. I'll give you an example of how these school meals are organized in my hometown in Tuscany, which has been for a long time seen as a kind of best practice in Italy. So the principle that is actually animating the school meals is food, very much like other disciplines taught in school, is seen as an area and the space for training children to become citizens. So they engage children with food, but they want them to gain skills to judge the food, express their opinion, have an input in how the service is delivered, how the menus are designed. So this is done in many ways. There are children's school canteen committees with children and parents, and then there are broader initiatives for involving children in having a say about the spaces that they use in the cities, the services. So there are elected children in every class, and they collect the opinion of their peers, and they have a conversation with the dinner ladies, the catering dietitians, and they have a direct input in the menu. This is particularly important because choice is not on the menu. there is one single menu, and it's always been that way since the end of World War II. Nothing has changed. We never had wine. Yeah, wine was not on the menu at that time, never been there, but there has always been one single menu. So it's important, and this is for minimizing cost, obviously, but minimize waste as well. You know, if you prepare only one menu, you minimize the also the complexity of the delivery. Now, this morning we were talking about the cost. There's something that in the UK, no, we can't talk openly about the cost. The cost of the school meals is public in every municipality has to publish the cost of the school meals. In 2024, in the local authorities, each school meals for primary schools was €4.66, which was increased by 0.25% from 2019. But children never see the price of food. The cost of each meal is part of the family, the household tax. It comes to every month, parents pay the meals that the children actually consume. And so they pay the full price only if they have an income which is above a certain threshold, €40,000. If they have 2 children, the second children pays only 50%. If they have 3 children or more, the third child and the others, they don't pay anything. And this is obviously to, acknowledge the complexity of large families. But there is full transparency, and the full transparency on the cost or how this is funded, but also the children never see the price. The meal is actually delivered. The meals are organized in 6 weeks menu, which is published week by week. So you know in advance what to expect. It always consists of a main dish, ravioli, pasta, soup, rice, farro. A second, which is usually kind of meat or veg, always with vegetables, always bread, and always a piece of fruit. Every meal has the same format. So it's always something like, as you can see, there's across the week, there is meat only twice. There is one day there is meat, one day there is fish, and then other days there is cheese. Otherwise, the rest is all pulses, vegetables, pasta, rice, and different sauces. And then there are special occasions, obviously, where they celebrate different cuisines. This is all Italian cuisine, is only Italian food, only regional food on the menu. But because since the 90s, there is a high number of immigrants from other countries, they use the school meals for a special occasion. So there is a day that they cook Indian. There's another day they cook tagine or couscous, and so it's or something from Middle East. And they use food as a way of celebrating the diversity of children that participate in this. Still is the same. I mean, everybody eats Indian, or everybody, the Moroccan or whatever is on the menu. This is an example. How do they communicate what they eat to the parents and to the public? Because this is open. So the municipality has a web page dedicated to the school meals, where they publish the menu, the nutritional information, and also all the ways in which it's delivered. So, for example, this is the one-day delivery. They explain, what is in each dish. So this is pasta with zucchini. So they say how many fiber, salt, cholesterol, whether or not there are allergen, how it's been cooked. So it's organic butter, organic zucchini, organic pasta, organic grana, and some salt. And if you want to see everything is published on the web page. You can go day by day and see the ingredients, allergen, and everything. And this is published for every 6 weeks changes. Everybody can get access to that. I mean, if you want to log in, you can see what your children are going to eat tomorrow, what they're eating today, etc. Well, this is about the menu, and the parents can have an input as well about what is available. Sorry, I moved to Chrome instead of. And then this is the space where the meals are delivered. So there is a central kitchen for the municipalities, which is delivering about 4,000 meals a day. This one is being built about 15 years ago and is very, let's say, inspired by sustainability principles to minimize waste, to recycle organic, to separate waste. And actually, if you look at the cooking center, there are the pasta cookers here. They are special. Pasta is a central piece of every meal. Pasta needs to be cooked al dente so they can be delivered within 20 minutes and still maintain, the taste and the properties so that it is accepted by the children. So the technology is actually helping to deliver this. The products are all sourced. Most of them are organic, sourced regionally. And the children, this is how is actually organized. This is primary children. They go from the class. They have to wash their hands before they go to the canteen. Then they just go and they meet the dinner ladies that they prepare a tray, which is the same for everybody. And they get the tray with the meal. And then they sit at the table. They sit at the table. Every school has a canteen, as a place where the children eat. And they sit with their own teacher, you see here. And every teacher is sitting with the children. So they talk about table manners, but they also talk about what the food tastes like. And then in this case, this is the latest canteen that was built about 10 years ago, which is soundproof, because the noise can be very, very, can interfere with the quality of the experience. So they decided to build. Now, it seems that there is lots of investment in these kind of activities. And that's why I think is interesting the case, because in many cases, if you look at Italian schools, they're not so well equipped. They don't do really well when it comes to providing computers, providing, other digital resources. But food and the delivery of food is a priority. So every school has got a canteen. Every child needs to be able to sit at the table and eat food with the other children, but also the teachers. The parents needs to be able to go and see the kitchen and spot. They need to be able to speak to the catering companies, the dietitian, and the teacher about the experience. And the children themselves needs to be engaged. Now, there are issues, obviously, with one single menu for everybody. Is not, they all ask for more choice. And they're not allowed to bring food from home. That's the other thing. And there are no vending machines. So it's really a totalitarian kind of approach.
Like in France.
But, it's a totalitarian kind of approach. But that stressed the need for involvement. That stressed the need for the dietitian to really listen to the children and find something that is acceptable by the majority. And that's how, they keep working and improving, the school meal. Okay, I'll finish here. Thank you.
Christine, you're going to stay sitting down?
Yeah.
Let me ask a question.
Yeah, no, let's have a question at the moment. Otherwise,
Rachel has a question.
Yes, please go. We take questions now. Yeah. So, well, as Christine said earlier on, Italy doesn't have many schools that have long days. So the school meals are for the creches, kindergartens, primary schools, and junior high school, some of them. There is nothing for all the children. They only have shorter days at school, or sometimes they come back in the afternoon, but they have lunch at home.
Junior high would go up to what age?
Junior, 13.
30.
13, 14, yeah.
Is there a second, another presentation?
Okay.
466 per meal for a full paying meal.
Yes.
In 24 would be around £3, £3.50.
Well, nearly £4 now.
Nearly £4.
Nearly £4. I mean, it depends on the exchange rate, but
roughly £4.
Roughly £4
for the full paying child.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, you should move on.
Yeah.
Okay. And I think we're going to now hear about the children's perspective from the research in France.
I'm going to present a collective research. Mara asked me to present also the methodology because it's specific, it's a participatory research, not only on school meal, but school meal is part of the questions. So I'm going to present briefly this survey and the methodology to help you to understand what kind of results we can have with that. And then I present results on school. So, well, we can go. So the name of the study is Coralim. It's the INRAE, my institution, and the CNRS. So it's okay? Yeah. So Coralim is a survey to work on body and food socialization in childhood.
Mara, can you share?
So body in French is corps, like corps, alim, and food is alimentation. So you can see corps, alim, corps, et alimentation, food and body and food. Okay, so
Hannah, sorry, I don't know what you said.
The slides aren't shared with the Teams meeting, so they can't see online.
Okay, so it's the survey is a repeated survey each year since 2010, so 15 years, since 15 years now, in elementary and secondary school. And you're going to see there is several, it's a mixed method survey, so we have different approach. One part is the web survey in school with all levels of class from 10 to 15 years old. And we have five waves of Coralim survey, web survey since 2000 and since till this year. So there is a cumulative sample since the beginning, and now we have more than 1,000 students involved in the survey. And it's also a participatory research, sorry, with year 7 pupils, where they are 10, 11 years old. And it means that students are involved in the data collection, the analysis of data, and the promotion of results. They contribute to research seminars, presenting their own conference, their own results in conference, and they produce an annual mini article, a paper, 4 pages. And it's very important to support, to have the support of the pedagogic team of the schools behind us to allow us to access to the school and the students. Okay, so here is the timeline of the survey since the beginning. You can see all the web surveys with the school renewal every 4 years. It's a repeated study, not a longitudinal one. We don't follow the students. They are changing each year. That's why we can have this cumulative approach with the sample. And between this big quantitative, individual collection of data, we have some participatory period of survey on canteen, on journaling, for example, is about the family food journal, and the sport, also Sporalim, sport in English, yes. Yes, we have PhD students on this topic also in the quarantine. And it's also about mixed method tools. So we have the web survey, you get it 4 times. We have group interviews with students in year 7 since 2012. So we work every week or every 2 weeks with 25, more than 20, between 20 25, depends on the year, student per year, with several workshops, several group interviews, and sometimes pupils also conduct their own group interviews with oldest children who were involved the year before in the survey, or sometimes with school adults. I will show you. There is also observation tools in this survey with year 7 pupils, always 20 students per year, weekly Coraline workshop at schools, school playgrounds are observed, physical education classes, school canteen, field work with pupils. All these are occasions to see and to confront the discourses we have in the group interviews and the facts. What they say about the school meal, for example, when they are together, what we have in the individual interviews by internet, and what we see when we are at school in the canteen, so we can confront all these informations. There is also individual interviews, sometimes with parents, sometimes with pupils, and with former pupils since 2020, because now some of them are adults, because the survey exists since 2010. And there is also discussions with teachers, school managers, supervisors, catering staff, and we can see that all these approach, we mixed all these approach, all these source of information to work on the different topics of the survey. So school meal, for example. Okay, I've done that. It's okay to take time. So the Caroline Canteen survey, the question was, what are the social framework governing students' relationship to the canteen? So here are the questions and the number of students involved here. So the question about lunch situation during the school week, where do you eat at noon when you go to school? Do you like to eat school meal? I love it. It's quite acceptable. It bothers me. I ate it. A checklist of canteen situation, eating alone, take this time to meet up with friends or mates, saying that I have no time to eat. Few students say that in French because they have almost between half an hour and an hour to eat. So they can stay, they can negotiate to stay more if they need. It's too noisy and crowded. I eat only bread. This is oftenly selected by kids. It's always the same food. It's very interesting to see that people who say that when they're in group discussion and they talk about monotony at home, we can see that it's relative. Well, it's not a good word in English, no. And eat dishes that they don't have at home. So here are the results on pupils' opinion on school canteen from the web survey. So you can see that hating and disturbing, going to here we can see the opinions according to the parents' region of origin, which across the social background of the parents. The French families in our sample here are the wealthiest of the sample, and the Chinese and African one in the sample are the poorest. So we can see that children who enjoy the canteen tend to be the working class, from working class and migrant families. And the most critical children tend to be from middle class and have French-born parents. So that's the first result on this question. Then I told you about the participatory part of the survey. So what was it? In 2022, for example, the step of the survey was first to evaluate each canteen menu for the week with a scale of notation from 0 to 10. Then, other workshop was on identifying the canteen types of jobs and professionals. So we could use here all the communication of the city about the different. It was very interesting to discover that with the kids, because they discovered that there were so many people behind their meals, while they only know the staff in front of them at the shelf. So it was very interesting. I would say that the first reaction of the kids with these professions, when we ask, well, would you like to do this kind of jobs? Well, no, absolutely not. It's too hard. So they really know that it's hard. They can see it, they can feel it, and it's clear for them. Well, they have to choose professionals to interview and to set up an interview guide with us. And they finally have interviews with teachers, the only 2 teachers in the whole school we were eating at, eating school meal, because the others don't want to. They have a priori on it. 2 managers of the school, 1 chief, the chief, and cookers. And they also observed the content guardian visit it, and they had to analyze all the answers and to produce the results in a mini article, as you can see, like each year. So the first results of this survey with the kids, here are the figures of Paris. Well, it's the northeast part of Paris in a disadvantaged area of Paris. So we can see that there is more than 10,000 kids registered in the canteen, 13 kitchen, and one central kitchen and 12 traditional kitchens, 87 schools, 390 people working there. And this is the background. And what we discover, first result, is that nobody of the people interviewed, adults, we met Pitt, the children next for these interviews, nobody knows that this school has a proper traditional kitchen. They all think that they depend on the central kitchen, while there is 14 cookers in this site, in this school. Not even the school manager knows that, not even the teacher, who don't eat there because they are sure that it's from the central kitchen, far away and very bad food. Not even the students and the family. It was so surprising to discover that, because we can think that the managers knows that they receive the price, well, the bills from the families, but they don't know, they are not in charge. It's the community who is in charge of producing and the meal. So it's really why is there such a lack of recognition for the canteen? Because the school and the canteen are two words that ignoring each other, contrary in Italy. And if there is many nutritional information in school about many contents, the fact that it's organic, for example, there's no real communication about cooking modalities and local initiatives using the canteen as a place for nutritional communication, but never as an intervention target. So it's completely unknown. And this limit of the communication is that kitchen and cookers stay invisible. And the visible part of the iceberg is the refectory, the place where they eat, and part of the staff. They only thought that there was 3 persons working there, even the managers. And we discovered there were 14 with the survey. And it means also that the kitchen remains a black box. No information on the school meal making of gives rise to all kinds of fantasies in the children and adults' head. Well, on the other side, there is implication of showing the canteen kitchen. There is a reassuring effect. See and identify fruits and raw vegetables. Be witness of food preparation, seeing people cutting fresh vegetables, dispatching all in individual plates. Discovering high-tech kitchen equipment with cold room, food lift, cooking system. Kids were very, very interested in all these very modern things. All the health protocol with cleanliness of installations, white clean uniform, and so on. But the other shocking effect is to be very disturbed by the sight and packaging of certain foods, eggs in bottle, large quantities of raw meat, and cooking large quantities transform the food into a shapeless mass that inspire apprehension also in the. So it's the danger of showing it. To finish about the last part of the work we have with the kids, this group interviews shows that the preconceived view of the children concerning the canteen, and we come to 2 typical profiles of students who recycle. Yes, socially differentiated discourse on the school canteen. First group with a real critical view. So the social characteristics of this pupil are from middle-class children, parents born in France, certain and most of the girls. They are disinterested, even disgust for what goes on behind the scene of the canteen. Sometimes they refuse to interview staff, preferring to meet teachers or managers than the people who work in the canteen. And several pupils remain firm in their position even after the fieldwork together. It was interesting to discover that. And the second group is more nuanced, even have a positive view on the canteen. And these children are most from working class backgrounds, migrant family, and children whose parents work in restoration, catering, restaurant, commercial restaurant, but also school catering. So these kids are the ones who like the canteen, are not very critical, and may think that the others are being fussy with the school meal, the others, the critical view kids. And they have curiosity about what goes on behind the scene canteen. And we can also identify food value. Here is an extract of "It never happens that I don't like anything. Even if I don't like, I force myself, because if I don't eat, I get stomach ache." Here is a kid from a Senegal family. Okay, so the conclusions. First conclusion. We can see that there is a lack of awareness of school catering services, including at the local level of an establishment where everyone from pupils to parents and school staff is unaware of the real nature of the service, local cuisine, which is assumed to be independent on a poor quality municipal central kitchen. Even when pupils and adults discover and understand that the meal is prepared on site, using real ingredients, real coated, their opinion doesn't improve and may even worsen. However, the disapproval of school meals varies according to the gender and the social background of the children. The conclusion too: what are the social frameworks governing student relationship to the canteen? This was the first question I asked at the beginning. Well, who has the most influence on children's opinion at the canteen? The parents. More negative opinions among the middle classes than among the others. And who has the least influence on perceptions of the canteens? The catering staff. Powerless in front of prejudices passed on by parents, and lack of knowledge about these professions, and their evaluation leads to contempt for their work. And what systematic obstacle stands in the way of recognizing school canteen? Well, this opposition between national education in France and local authorities, they have different approach, and there is a dissociation between the roles and skills of teaching staff and catering staff. Two different worlds. Okay, thank you for listening.
Okay, so if we have a quick question while we're getting the next presentation set up. Yeah, go Alex.
Yeah, it's a little bit off topic, but what's the wage gap like between the catering staff and the teaching staff?
What's the what between the catering and
Difference in pay for teaching staff and catering staff?
the pay?
Yeah.
It's very different. And not only the pay, but the diploma, well, this is the question. I understand. No? Yeah. So in the French system, the teacher, we are here in public schools, so the teachers are recruited at national level with a very difficult exam, a national exam. So they have at least a master degree, and well, it's a corporation. Teachers, French teacher are it's yes, it's kind of corporation. On the other side, the catering staff is on site, who are cooking, really cooking for the kids. Well, it depends. Here we are in a Parisian case. You will see it can be different elsewhere, in a rural area, for example. But here, most of them are without diploma, migrant women's, only women's, and they have no. While the teachers are civil servants, they are not. Some of them are. They are local civil servants from the municipality. It's not absolutely not the same wage. I don't know exactly, but I think it's the SMIC. Our SMIC, it's the lowest salary wage, and moreover, they are. Most of them are part-time workers, so they have half of a SMIC. SMIC is the lowest wage, and well, so there is a real difference. And what I didn't take the time to say is that why the teachers and the students don't know who they are, because they arrive by another door. The kitchens is underground. You cannot see it. You only see the part, the iceberg is the self. And there is a big, and that's why we decided to make these visits, because it's huge. It's very, very big. It's like this place. but nobody knows. And there are 14 inside, never seeing the light of the day during the day, and they are working in bad conditions. Well, you will see. Elodie will tell you. It's the first
I
thing.
think the lowest wage must be 600 euros per month for a cleaning worker, so it's maybe very low.
His wage. Yeah, I know it seems a bit off topic, but it really sticks with me that how you value, how people value, how we society values.
Manual workers in general, for example.
You know, head teachers might be on 80,000, 90,000 pounds a year,
Mm.
whereas even a clerk in charge might be on late 20s, maybe 30s.
And French teachers are ones of the less paid in Europe. Knowing that.
Okay, now we started. Okay.
Now to introduce Elodie, who's going to tell us another aspect of the experience from France. And just to mention, there was a question that came in online that we can pick up after your presentation was up.
Hello, thank you so much for the invitation. I hope it's going to be useful, interesting to you. And that this morning's presentations were very, very useful for me, so I hope so. Okay, can you... Did it change?
Yep.
Okay.
Oops, too many.
Yes, maybe. Okay, so I'll just start with a quick anecdote.
It seems to move, I don't know if this is number 2 or number 3.
It's 3.
Is
Yes,
this number 2?
perfect.
Okay.
In one of those 3 schools where I did my PhD study, I saw a little girl who was sobbing, crying, and I didn't immediately understand why. I saw that later she stopped crying, so I went to ask to one of the canteen workers why she was crying. So she was crying because the workers dared to ask her to take some vegetables on her plate. And like she couldn't even look at it. She didn't want to eat anything on her tray. Like they had to take it away from her tray to make her stop crying. So the worker explained to me that there are some children who never have to eat anything at home. So she only eats pasta, potatoes. So the only place where she has to eat healthy food, or at least just try it, like just have a little taste, she can't handle it. So yeah, I wanted to start with that to show like all these practical problems, all these little individual cases that we encounter every day on the field, like the crying, the refusals, the reluctance, the complaints of the children. So of course we would like that the food that is good for the environment is the same that the one that is good for health, and is the same that the one that is good tasting. But for the children, it's not the case. I continue to observe a lot of resistance to the healthy food from the kids, mainly vegetables and legumes. They still favor fatty, sugary, processed food. So you can skip that. A few points about school meals in France, even though Christine already talked about it. So school catering is now the responsibility of local authorities, so municipality for primary school, département for secondary school, and région for high schools. They pay for it, they organize it. Setting up a school canteen is optional, but most public schools have one. It can be run either directly by the local authority or outsourced, or both, like a combination of both. For most children in France, school catering is the first and the main place where they learn about food outside of the family, because nearly 80% of children from 7 to 10 eat at school at least once a week. So it's a big institution, but it's not a unanimously positively received institution. For example, pupils prefer to eat at home. As soon as they are able to go home alone in secondary schools, we see that the attendance rate drops. And in a survey about secondary school pupils, they showed that nearly 90% of pupils who eat at school said that they only ate there because they had no choice or because their parents forced them to. So 90% wouldn't go to the canteen if they had a choice. Okay, you can put the next one, thank you. So since October 2023, I have been conducting a qualitative study in 3 primary school canteens. You can put the next one. One in a working class district in Paris, so the same one as Christine. One in a rural school in the Auvergne-Rhône-Alpes region, and one in a very upper class neighborhood of Lyon. So one is directly run by the municipality, by parent association and the municipality, and one is jointly run by the municipality and the private company Elior. Okay, and you can put the next one. So I observed the working days of the kitchen and service staff, like from the beginning, the opening of the kitchen to the final task. I also conducted interviews with the educational teams at the schools, with the local authority managers, and working as part of the Coraline team. I also did group interviews with children. They were 11 years old. And I also reviewed around 20 years of issues of the main professional journal for collective catering in France. Okay. So to clarify the vocabulary I'll use, I will speak of canteen workers to refer to the staff who prepare the food, serve the food, clean the dining hall and the kitchen, wash the dishes. And I will speak of supervisors to refer to the adults who supervise the children during break time, after school, and in the canteen. But supervisors have no role in the kitchen. They don't make anything. So we're going to see which public policies were implemented in France, why the children still seem to resist these policies, and like the explanation and the possible solutions in the canteen workers' perspective. Okay, so the first canteen in France dates back from the 1840s, 1870s. They're spread throughout the country with the introduction of compulsory schooling, but it was always at the goodwill of mayors, of charitable institutions, of teachers, so everyone did their thing. So it was not until 1975 that an interministerial decree was issued. It didn't do anything, it just defined what the school canteens were. To the point where the French historian Nourrisson speaks of an historical lack of commitments on the part of the central government. It's quite surprising in France, but there really wasn't a commitment from the central government at first. Okay. More generally, health education emerged in French public policies in the mid-70s, along with the first prevention campaigns using audiovisual media, with the aim of reducing risky behavior. And regarding school catering, recommendations were published in the 2000s, most of them relating primarily to hygiene at first. So French food programs such as the PNR, the National Food Program, the PNNS, the National Nutrition and Health Program, they identify school catering as a powerful lever for achieving a lot of policy aims, like educating children, reducing inequalities, promoting the French culinary heritage, reducing childhood obesity. So there are a lot of things that the canteen is supposed to achieve. Okay, you can put the next one. So there was a decree in September 2011 with the first obligatory nutritional rules. So it's a frequency of certain food. For example, red meat, fresh fruit have to be served every 4 meals or 5 meals or 6 meals. There was also an environmental law that was very interesting in 2007 because it's the first one that introduced the idea of organic food in canteens. And then later on, both environmental and nutritional aspects went together in policies. So the EGalim law introduced a minimum requirement of 50% sustainable and high quality products. So that can be high environmental value farming, fair trade, farm produce, like it's a lot of labels that go to this sustainable label, and 20% of organic food. And then the Climate Act required at least one vegetarian meal per week in every canteen in France, and 60% of meat and fish products have to be sustainable and high quality. Next one. So beyond all these national obligations, the local policies can be more ambitious. For example, more homemade products, more organic products, but it's based on the goodwill of the people, so it's very fragile because maybe there's going to be someone in the local authority who gives a lot of importance to these topics, and when he resigns, like all the policies disappear. Yeah, so it's very fragile. Okay, in my case, the schools I saw are quite a good example that they go beyond what they have to do. Next one. So I have three. In Paris, for example, they don't do 20% organic, they do 75% organic. They don't do 50% sustainable, they are trying to do 100% sustainable, only sustainable food. They don't use every label that EGalim allows. For example, they think that the label of origin, for example, a pear that only comes in this region, for them it's not a sustainability thing, whereas in EGalim it's considered sustainable. So there's a dietitian who develops the menus, who organizes workshops with the children. The food in the school I study is prepared on site. The menus are clearly displayed with numerous quality labels, like every little color thing, like this is organic, like it's all quality labels. Okay, the next one. In Lyon, there are 2 vegetarian meals per week. They banned some food, for example, soya. And they're required seasonal products in their contract specifications with Elior. So here you can see one of the many posters about animal welfare, about sustainability that they put everywhere in the dining hall. You can also see the menu and all these quality labels. So it's printed, but it's also written by hand by the workers every day. Okay, the next one. So you can see the labels a little bit better. This is homemade, this is organic. There's a lot of vegetarian, like there's quality labels everywhere. Next. And they also put labels in front of every food, like written and photographed, to make sure that the children know what they eat. So it's a bad example for bananas, but you get the idea. Okay. In my rural area school, the meals are almost always made in the kitchen. There's a lot of effort about teaching the children about food. There is a vegetable garden that has been planted in the school. There is a lot of effort to have real relationships with the local producers, so they go see the farms and everything. You can see here that the children have options. For example, they can have a salad without sauce, without dressing, or with dressing. A lot when they are hungry, just a little bit if they are not hungry and they just want a taste. So it's everything. And this is the menu plan that they're using to respect the 2011 law. So you can see that, for example, they only have starchy desserts every few days. They have to have fruit. It's very. She can do what she wants. She has to conform to these nutritional rules. Okay, thank you. So. We saw this, but the children still lack knowledge and enthusiasm for healthy eating. So I mainly observe nursery and primary school children, so between the age of 3 and 10. So they have experienced the EGalim law and all these new policies because they were, like, when they came to school, it already existed. So they have around 150 meals a year, so that's 1 in 5 meals during the year. And at the end of the primary school period, they're going to have 1,000 meals at the canteen. So what impact does all these meals have on these children? Okay, so a lack of familiarity with healthy food. A never present question is, what is this? What is that? What is this? Always. despite the menus being displayed online in apps at the entrance of the canteen, in front of the food, inside the canteen, and being told to the children nothing works. The children never seem to know what's on the menu. A boy, something, what is this? A fish, don't you ever read the menu? And the supervisor also explained that she just read it out loud to all the children, and they still don't know. So yeah, it's funny now, but when it's 100 children every day, it's a lot on the workers. So children do not know how to visually recognize common food, such as vegetables, or even categories. For example, they can't distinguish fish from meat or meal. For example, they ask for more chicken the day that it is fish. So yeah, they always make mistakes. They confuse ham with salmon, for example. So yeah, basically every vegetable that isn't very often served in the canteen won't be recognized by the children. For example, cauliflower. One worker told me that they won't know what it is because we don't make it very often at school. And she was in fact right, because it was mistaken for cheese, maybe because of the color. So it's not it's not just a question of recognizing food, but a real lack of knowledge. In particular, when they arrive at the canteen, a minority of children display serious gaps in their knowledge. So all workers have anecdotes about a child who asked a really weird question. For example, children who didn't know what a carrot was, what a tomato was. So it really exists. So the staff members, and mainly the ones who are from the established part of the working classes, like the stable part of the working classes, they discover in this work how some disadvantaged children really have a level of knowledge that they did not suspect. So it's very emotional for them to learn that a child could not know what a tomato is at 5 years old, for example. It's hard for them. And I must also say that in the rural school I study, there was a decline in the socioeconomic status of the children because they constructed a very large number of social housing units in this village. So in 5 years, these workers saw the appearance of very disadvantaged children, and they're always shocked by their food education. Okay, I can skip that.
Shall I go ahead?
No, thank you. Yeah, so Isabelle from the Lyon school told me that they're not interested in what they eat. There are children here who don't know what eggplants are. And she explained to me that the 7 years old, has to draw fishes, as in the animal, and they draw rectangles with a knife, like the fish that serve fish stickers. Yeah. So, I mean, we can understand that the children in Lyon, for example, have skepticism towards the meal because it's reheated, it's made in the central kitchen, it's not always very nice, there's a lot of sauce. So we can understand sometimes why they don't recognize what they're eating. But it can be a little bit more surprising when, for example, the rural school, like the chef always made homemade things, local things, seasonal things, and we still see this lack of knowledge and this lack of enthusiasm in the rural school. So it's not just a question of a central kitchen or on-site kitchen. Okay. So the children also reluctant to eat healthy food. They always prefer processed food, at least a lot of children do. For example, this extract may make you shudder. So a girl in the canteen said it was better last year. We had ravioli, so ravioli like the processed one that comes in a can, and often pizza. Now we never get ravioli, we only get rubbish to eat. So a quality mark for her would be to eat this kind of ravioli and not homemade food. Children asked me if I could do something for them to have better quality meals. So I asked, what is a better quality meal? And they answered they should stop serving vegetables. Like that will make them quality. So we therefore see a very strong opposition in the kids' perceptions and tastes between industrial food that is good, tasty, and homemade food that is more healthy and therefore necessarily not tasty. Okay, the next one. A girl explained to me that she has only been eating cheese and bread since she arrived at this canteen a few years ago. And she said it's good to have healthy food, but it's pointless if nobody eats it. So the preference of the children for ultra-processed products rather than simple dishes made from raw ingredients can be seen, for example, in the work we did with Coraline to ask the children what they thought about the food. For example, the cooked vegetables always received a very low rating. Some vegetarian meals receive good rating, but it's only when they look like some industrially processed food. For example, cheese toasty is okay for the children, but Oriental vegetarian stew, not. So vegetarian is okay when it's a pizza, when it's a burger, but not when it's vegetables and pasta, for example. Okay, we may link that with the festive family tradition that my colleague Elisa worked on. She said that the meals that are the most joyful for the children are the sushi that they're going to eat with their parents, the pizzas, the day where they're going to go to McDonald's. So it's it has such a positive impact on children that they later give value to this kind of fast food meals, also because they do that with their parents. So the fast food standards are very appealing at this age. When I ask the children what their favorite dish is, they very often answer McDonald's, Burger King, chips, nuggets, meatballs. Once children ask me for less celery, more sausages. So yeah, it's always McDonald's, Faritas, burger, chips. It's not surprising. This is also partly due to the desire to fit in with a peer group. I always like this example from Aurélie Maurice about a boy, Quentin. So his father only eats organic food. They only eat organic food at home. And he's so ashamed that he hides it from his friend because he's afraid that he's going to be seen as a weirdo because he eats organic food at home. Yeah. So, well, the next one. 10 years ago. Yeah, it was 10 years ago. Maybe it's changed. Okay. So, for some children, the vegetarian option is still perceived as a privation. The favorite dishes cited by children from working class backgrounds often always contain meat. For example, when I walked past a group of boys, I could hear their conversation, and they said really loudly that they wanted burgers. So I went to them and I told them that they were going to be burgers like 2 days later. So they were very happy. But one stayed suspicious and asked me real ones. So real ones means with meat. Like for them, the vegetarian ones are not really burgers, like a bit, but it's not real burgers. And a supervisor told me that for her it's very psychological. When the children know that something is vegetarian, they're going to say, I'm not going to eat it, it's vegetarian. They don't even taste it. So there's still a stigma for some children around the vegetarian meals. Okay, thank you. It's going to have to be quicker. Just about the health arguments, maybe some of you already know that because there are lots of studies about it, but I find it fascinating. Not only is it ineffective, like to tell the children it's good for your health, you're going to grow, you're going to be healthy, but it's counterproductive. For example, these few studies show that they tasted crackers and drinks, and when they said that the food was good for their health, the children declared less satisfaction with this food. So yeah, the healthy option is always seen as necessarily less tasty, less good. Okay. Very quickly, the workers blame the families for that. Like they do their best, but they still feel that it's the families that have the power in educating children's tastes and their eating habits. So yeah, they basically say that It is difficult and it is badly received by the children because they don't eat healthy food at home. Yeah. Yeah, and they're also very critical of all the public policies that are made nationally and locally. For example, this EGalim law that I spoke about, they have a lot of things to criticize about this, and they think that like we didn't ask for their opinion when we made EGalim, when we made the climate law, and they still feel that, and yes, they just have a lot of details that they criticize about this. Mainly, if the workers had a choice, they would prefer less healthy food, but food that is eaten by the children. Because when they see all that is wasted, all the critical reception, the negative reception, they have a position that says, yes, health is very important, but they don't eat it. They go hungry, they don't eat it, they put it in the bin. So we should maybe make less healthy things that are more to the children's taste. Okay. Yeah, so really this, and it's even emotional at the end because they see all this food that is delivered that they have to prepare, that like we say to them, for example, in Paris, they don't choose the menus, so they have to prepare these things and they just know it's going to be wasted, and it is wasted, and it's the same thing every day, so it's a bit heavy for them in the end. Okay, so, and you can see that the protest that they have against this policy is always on behalf of the children. Like they won't say we have too much work, it's too difficult for us. They're always going to say that because the children don't eat it, don't like it. Okay. So a very important point is obviously that it's not only the fault of parents, it's also the fact that with the limited resources that are put in the meals, there are always going to be restrictions. And like when you have two euros to buy all the food products, there are going to be things that you can't do. So the workers also would also like more resources to have more quantities, to have better quality. Yeah. Okay, I know I don't have a lot of time, so I don't know what's like really more interesting to say. So to conclude, like I'll just answer the question I asked at the beginning. So according to the canteen workers, children do not know more about healthy food because they do not eat it very often at home, because they put a high value on their experiences in fast food restaurants, in the children's food culture, because healthy food in the canteen sometimes go too far at the expense of the children's taste, because the workers have too little time to educate them about the menus, and because the quality of meals is inevitably limited by the low food budgets, despite all the efforts that the teams can make. Yeah. I think I'm going to stop here. Thank you.
Yeah, really interesting. Thank you, Elodie, and great to have the insight in so much detail from what's happening in the schools. And maybe I can just read out this comment that we had after Christine spoke, because I think you both might have something to say. So we heard about the kids being disgusted at seeing some of the canteen food being prepared in bulk, like the big amounts of raw meat and so on. Does anyone raise with them the issues of meals and takeaways or unhealthy food? And there's a suggestion that they are seeing the realities of the contemporary food system, and did they recognise what the bigger picture was, I guess?
Yeah, of course they didn't. I mean, maybe they should visit like a McDonald's sometimes, or I don't know, somewhere where they process meat to see that it's not just the canteen, it's everywhere where industrially processed food is made. So, yeah. Any questions?
I guess I'm going to speak a little bit on behalf of our Alex, who's kind of left probably to miss the traffic. Alex mentioned the two schools in Carmarthenshire, 3 schools, but 2 canteens. And it caught my interest. I was looking at the order going to the school in Llanelli tomorrow, and it's got kohlrabi, fennel, beetroot. And I was asking Alex across lunch there, say, wow, gosh, that's a bit adventurous, isn't it? I know they're on the Future Gens menu. And he's saying, yeah, we're getting a few complaints. And I asked him, well, the children, yeah, he said, no, the parents. I was gonna explore it further with Alex. I see him quite often anyway. So let's have a look next week. Well, me and him, you we will still be here. I'd be really interested to see how the kind of kohlrabi and the fennel, they had Swedes and carrots, but that's kind of mainstream really. How that was accepted in the school and what they did with it and what the parents thought of it. But Alex, no, it's not the kids, it's the parents. So I don't know, it's just fascinating me to see the order coming through, thinking, wow, you know, kohlrabi into schools. But there we are, it's going in tomorrow, you'll see.
Gavin?
That was fantastic. And interesting also. I mean, just asking a question about what we heard this morning and what we've heard this afternoon. I mean, would it be too crude to say, look, this is simply all about class. It's about the family, the class background of the family, and the lack of knowledge about food. And if you know the class of the family, by and large, you can tell what the knowledge or taste of the child will be. Because caterers, you said, in France and in the UK, they always say that they can never compensate, they can never make up for the family's learning or the family's ignorance. So one of the problems we have with universal free school meals is when food is cooked from scratch, you know, a good meal, a nutritious meal. Many children from very working class families don't recognize the food, and therefore it leads to higher levels of plate waste. So would you say that's a fair comment? I know it's a crude comment.
No, but it's really, I have a very simple answer. So one of my three schools, the one in Lyon. So it's the only one where the food isn't made on site, but in the central kitchen, sometimes 3 days, 4 days before the day they're gonna eat it. But it's also the school where the children are middle class or even upper class. And I would say that they are more happy with the menus than in the other schools. So it seems that the fact that they are upper class and used to vegetables, to vegetarian meals, and etc., compensates the lower quality of the food.
Yeah.
So I think it really plays a big role.
Thank you.
Okay, oh, there is another question.
Yes. I just wanted to ask, and yeah, thank you, really interesting presentations. I suppose my perception of at least France is what I'm more familiar with, is that you've got really kind of thriving local producers, you know, farmers markets and that. So have there also been, are you aware of other projects that have sought to get more local produce into those supply chains as well, public procurement? I don't know, on like dynamic procurement models and things like that. Is that something that's practiced quite widely in France, or?
So the problem with locally produced things is that when you pay a certain amount, when you buy a certain amount of food, you have to make official contracts for that. So it's harder to find the small producer than when you don't have to make a contract. Like in the rural school, she can just like basically almost go to the market and choose her producers. Like it can be any producer, she can make it work. Whereas when you have to elaborate a contract with conditions, they have to have a special title to be able to sell things to school food. So it's on another level, and a lot of the small producers can't do all this admin stuff. They can't look for contracts, so it's very difficult for them. And even in the rural school, where they don't have to do all these contract things, the canteen workers sometimes have to do administrative work for the producers. because the producers have so much work to do and are so late in their admin stuff that I saw canteen workers, for example, do the paperwork for the producers to make sure that they could still deliver things. So yeah, I think when it's a bigger scale, it's very complicated for the small producer.
But it's still a political choice, local political choice, because we can see that in big cities like Paris, Lyon, or Montpellier, or Dijon, there is strong policies, and in few departments, Dordogne, par exemple, are very famous for their local and organic choice, but it's also a question of where they are. Dordogne, Montpellier, everything is around. It's easy to have kind of procurement. It's more difficult in local plants, and but it's still a political choice, local political choice.
And what is local? Because for Paris,
Yeah.
it can be 10 kilometers. So yeah, sometimes they say something is local when you look like 200 kilometers away, still think it's local. So yeah, for example, in Egalim, there is no definition of local produce. So maybe someone is going to say it's local and someone is going to think, no, that's not local.
Yes, for Paris area, local is at least 100 kilometers.
Did you say that it's all done by private companies for the catering in
40%.
40%? Okay.
No,
No, it's.
it was less 20 years ago.
Do you think it's getting better now that it's becoming more?
I think it's growing during the 2000s, and it's now very more and more criticized. So maybe we come back. Maybe there will be a new turning point here. We'll see in the future.
But there was something counterproductive with the Egalim law. Now there is so much regulations about nutritional, environmental, organic. You have to calculate the percentages for each meal. That some municipalities had to take a catering service because they didn't have people to verify all these things.
And it's also a way to protect them from the public, because it's too complicated. So to delegate this to a catering company is easier and sure, and it's more sure.
Yeah.
Sure of the big word.
Secure?
Secure, yes. Thank you.
To me, a lot of it sounded like they were trying to meet regulations, but the children aren't happy, the caterers aren't happy, the parents aren't happy, the supervisors aren't happy. No one's happy in this process. It's meeting regulations, but no one's doing it. No one's actually getting any positive out of it.
But concerning meats, we can see on the Parisian field where there is a lot of migrants family working this kind of schools, that the free meat menu is quite appreciated, because they don't want to eat meat at all. So when there is no meat, there is a real plate, real dish without meat. Part of the time they only eat the sides, and they let them eat the meat. So in this context, specific context, are you agree with me about that?
I didn't understand.
Sorry. I understand. Good time.
We should move on anyway.
Yeah.
For some more discussion after the final presentation. Are you going to?
Yes, it will be fast.
Okay.
The last one.
Do you want to stand or sit? Just a
Yeah,
minute.
you sit here.
I can stand.
Yep.
We'll try to stand. Well, I told you about this, you can go on the.
I'm trying. Moving from one software to another one, through problematic.
So
Okay.
I told you about this cantine égalité programme. There was a symposium in 2024. And there is a special issue from a selection of paper presented at this conference in the Anthropology of Food Journal. I don't know if you know it. It's free access online. The main goal of this of this number issue is to, well, if I can't read my notes. Yes, is to fill the gap in comparative research and canteen. Not come back to the first one, please. Because most of the time, the research are based on cases, Welsh cases, French cases, Parisian cases, etc., etc. So come back to the first one, please, if possible. This one.
And try.
Yeah. So we wanted to have a comparative approach to propose an overview of the overall view from a socio-historical perspective in France, in Europe, and in southern countries. And the issue is structured around three main themes: the school catering policies, the normative aspects of canteens, and the resistance, people and pupils and families' resistance to these systems. So there is two parts in the issue. The first 6 papers are international, comparing in Europe the one we presented with Mara. In the in southern countries.
As a life on his own, okay, that doesn't respond anymore.
These comparative papers come from the talks we had during this symposium last year, because each one come with his own fieldwork, and we decided to put this together and to have this comparative paper in Europe, comparative paper between Peru, Madagascar, and India, Spain here, and then local different case in Spain, in Hungary, in Amazonia, with all the question in Brazil and in Peru is about minorities, Native American minorities. And well, the second part of the issue is consacred, no, is dedicated, thank you, to the French taste. So come on.
So the articles about the French cases are more about all these public policies I talked about and the resistance to these policies. So from the children's view, from the workers' view, there's also a very interesting paper from Marion Alves. I could have talked about her work because she works on how animals perceived, and she does a really interesting case study about the eating meat in school and how young children who all love animals can still eat them without a thought and without finding it weird to eat the animals we draw or we see at the zoo or we have at home. So it's very interesting. Yeah, I think that's about all. This paper is about why some issues become a problem, like are in the media, are talked about, and other aren't talked about. For example, in France, there was a lot of opposition between the public system and the private catering companies. And they said that we talked so much about that we forgot the real opposition for them, which is central kitchen and on-site homemade food. That's all. Yeah. Thank you very much. Sorry for
It's coming soon, 2026.
Yeah, we're still working on this, but
Thank you. So we've got time for any questions or comments, reflections on anything from the day. I'll just, while you're thinking of things you might want to say, I'll just note a couple of things that came in from our online participants. So we had Louise, who I think was from Torvine, agreeing that it is about class and socioeconomic background. The homemade healthy options tend to only be popular with more middle-class children as they're used to homemade food at home. Yeah. So invitation to those online as well, if you want to raise your hand or comment in the chat, we'll bring you in. But anyone got any thoughts or questions? I'm going to open the door to let some air in because Kevin's nodding off.
The questions. No.
It's very stressful. Honestly, this technology is letting down. I mean, it's changed color now. Yeah. Please, Helen.
I'd be interested to know a little bit more about the school food system in Italy and the packed lunches are just not there.
Never existed.
So that's it.
Yeah.
It was never.
No,
it was never.
I think I've been looking, how school meals have changed over time in Italy, but certain things never changed. So certain things never change, which is it's one meal. It's like eating at home. So they reproduce the format. They reproduce so there's lots of familiarity with what they eat at home and what they eat in school. Also how it's delivered. So over time, there has been obviously an interest in making sure that, for example, the intake of calories went from 50% of the daily allowance per child to 30%, because there was an increase in number of obese children. Now it's flattening down. So certain things have changed. The nutritional guidelines have changed. The introduction of organic food, specific initiatives to raise awareness of, for example, food literacy is something that is important. We already saw 20 years ago the difference between how much about food children in Italy knew compared to, British children. How much they're involved in cooking or, sharing simple, tasks at home. So certain things never change, like, one meal reproducing the family meals, the structure of the meals. And then what has changed is, in line with concerns about obesity, about environmental impact of food on waste is a big. One thing I didn't say, it was interesting what Elodie said, children love animals, but do they recognize animals on the plate or not? Not necessarily. We know that they don't necessarily recognize that. But one thing that they know is that anything that the leftovers, for example, in some of the canteens I've seen, the leftovers are separated, and the meat they goes to the dog shelters, local dog shelters. So they also, and they communicate this to the children that, is not only for selling, reducing waste or recycling as much as possible, wasting as many, but it's also, keeping in mind that there are other animals that, might benefit from that. So, yeah. Kev.
I just remember many years ago, we got invited to have a school meal by the mayor of Rome.
Right.
And the two things I remember most vividly about that, we were invited to sit down with the children, and as Amara said, on each table was a teacher. And I sat next to her and said, do you normally do this? And she said, of course. She said, the meal is a pedagogical moment. The children will eat what I eat, and we talk about it. And the second thing that I recall is the fantastic Italian food educational program
Oh,
for
yeah.
schools called Cultura que Nutre, culture that feeds.
Yeah.
So the food was used as a pedagogical tool to teach children the relationship between place and product. They had some knowledge of the products in their region that was served in the school. You know, so that pedagogical, the idea of a pedagogical meal, I guess, is where we're all trying to head with the whole school approach, where the canteen, the catering staff, if you like, are integrated into the school. So instead of the two worlds, Elodie, that I think you or Christine spoke about, and Helen and I have discussed this in the past, where these are two parallel worlds, separate and alien, strangers to each other, where they're trying to integrate these so that the school becomes an educational tool, the meal becomes an educational tool. And that's how you build food literacy, I guess.
Yeah, very much so.
But here there is the practice and the theory, because in the French case, I show you the practice, but in theory, school has a strong role in the national integration of building this national community, and the school will too, in theory. So the repertory of school meal is really French, but not only. Each week there is a thematic meal from China, I don't know, or regional like Auvergne menu I showed you earlier. So all this question of integrating the French eating pattern, which it's not only the repertory, the food repertory, I mean the type of dishes, but it's also the rhythm, eating at noon everywhere in France, not only in school, and this is a behavior reinforced in each generation since so many times now that it's not possible to, if you work with French teams, it's not possible to work at noon. Between noon and 2 o'clock, nobody works. They are eating at school too. And it's also, well, the rhythm, the kind of the kind of, well, the 3 or 4 course meal. It's not only hot meal, it's 3 course, at least everywhere in France, the norm. So the school meal has still this education view in theory, and it's practical because French children and immigrants children all integrate this pattern. But in the practice, you can see that there is this strong separation between this kind of cultural approach.
But in theory, then it's the school meal is almost a nation-building exercise, a citizenship.
Yeah.
To integrate citizens around this standardized.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any questions from Lydia?
We're all exhausted.
It's been a long day. It's been a very long day.
I am curious about both Italy and France. If the place where the children eat, is that used exclusively as dining space?
Yeah.
So it's not multi-purpose, it's exclusively the place for eating?
I believe so. In most, I don't know exactly, but I know that in most places, yes, it's just
By comparison, in the UK, it's generally that multi-purpose where the exemptions are. It's where you do PE in the afternoon and you get the peas on your feet and it's like, oh.
Yeah, no, it's
it might impact the concentration and the connection.
No, I think it's the dedicated space.
Lisa mentioned it this morning when she said it causes a big fight between catering staff and the teachers, because that is a multi-purpose space.
In French case, it's not possible also because of healthy
That's requirement, yeah, but there's so free that's there could be an infection, like some
Yeah.
germs in the food. That's even, for example, for the after-school activities, they often can't use it, even, for example, for the goûter, like the small snack they have in the afternoon, because they're so afraid that the supervisors aren't gonna wash things like they should, that they just don't give them the space.
Yeah.
But they have to write like that because of hygiene.
Conception.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. The adjunct term what I told you at the beginning.
Yeah. Fantastic, Mark.
Okay, thank you very much. It's been an immense pleasure and learned a lot today. Okay, hope we will share, obviously, to everybody who register, we will share the link to the YouTube videos of the day after we do a bit of editing. And if the speakers are happy, we can also share the presentations if you want to. Thank you. We can close now. And also thank you to all our participants online. I can see that there are still plenty of people there. Thank you very much for your attendance and your passion with the technology. That was never on our side. It was never very much on our side. Bye.